I don't care how many times people tell you that old houses have character. To me, character is just a polite word for secrets, and some secrets are meant to stay buried behind the lath and plaster. I learned that the hard way 3 years ago when I bought a fixer-upper in a rural patch of the Pacific Northwest. It was a craftsman-style home, built in the late 1920s, tucked away at the end of a gravel road, where the pine trees grew so thick, they seemed to swallow the sunlight by 4 in the afternoon. I was 32, recently single and looking for a project to drown out the silence of my own life. I thought I was being smart. I thought I was being brave. Looking back, I was just being a target. The house was isolated. The nearest neighbor was a quarter-mile trek through dense woods, but that was the appeal. I wanted the quiet. I wanted the solitude. I didn't realize that in a place that quiet, you start to hear things you were never meant to hear. The first few weeks were normal. I spent my days stripping wallpaper and my nights sleeping on a mattress on the floor of the master bedroom. It was a spacious room, but it felt heavy, if that makes sense. There was a specific wall, the one facing the north woods, that always felt colder than the rest. I chalked it up to poor insulation. It's an old house, I told myself. Drafts are part of the deal. The first anomaly happened on a Tuesday. I remember because I had just finished a grueling 10-hour shift of sanding the floorboards. I was exhausted, the kind of tired that makes your bones feel like lead. I clicked off the bedside lamp and let the darkness settle over me. In the country, darkness isn't just the absence of light, it's a physical weight. I was drifting off when I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound, scritch, scritch, scritch. I sat up, my heart doing a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. It sounded like a mouse behind the baseboard. I sighed, reaching for my shoe to bang against the wood. Great, I muttered. Infestation, just what I need. I hammered the heel of my boot against the wall 3 times. The scratching stopped instantly. I waited, listening to the ringing silence of the house. Satisfied, I laid back down. But the moment my head hit the pillow, the sound changed. It wasn't scratching anymore. It was a vibration, a low, dry hum that seemed to originate from deep inside the wall, right behind where my head was resting. It sounded like air moving through a pipe or wind whistling through a crack, except there was no wind that night. The trees outside were dead still. I pressed my ear against the plaster, my breath hitching in my throat. I told myself I was looking for a plumbing issue. I told myself I was being a responsible homeowner. But my gut, that primal part of the brain that knows when something is wrong long before the logic centers catch up, was screaming at me to move the mattress to the living room. Then the hum broke. It fractured into a series of sibilant, rhythmic pulses. It took me a moment to realize what I was hearing because my mind was actively trying to reject it. It wasn't the house settling. It wasn't a rodent. It was a whisper. It was so faint it was almost a thought, a dry, papery sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. Is he? I froze. I didn't breathe. I didn't move a muscle. I stayed pinned to that wall, my ear burning against the cold plaster, praying that I was just overtired. Auditory hallucinations are common with sleep deprivation, right? That's what I told myself. I stayed like that for an hour, but the sound didn't come back. Eventually, exhaustion won out over fear, and I fell into a fitful, dreamless sleep. The next morning, the sun made the previous night feel like a fevered dream. I looked at the wall in the harsh light of day. It was just wood and horsehair plaster. I even took a screwdriver and tapped along the surface, listening for hollow spots. It sounded solid. I laughed at myself, a dry, hollow sound in the empty room. Get a grip, I whispered. But as the day went on, the unease didn't leave. It sat in the back of my mind like a splinter. I found myself avoiding the bedroom. I worked in the kitchen, I painted the hallway, I did everything I could to stay busy. But as the sun began to dip behind the pines, casting long, distorted shadows across the floor, the dread returned. It was a physical sensation, a tightening in my chest. I decided to be logical. I went to the local hardware store and bought a digital stethoscope, the kind mechanics use to find engine knocks. If there was a pipe vibrating or a branch rubbing against the exterior siding, this would find it. I needed to prove to myself that there was a rational explanation. I needed to reclaim my home. Night fell. The house went still. I sat on the mattress, the stethoscope around my neck, feeling like a fool. I waited. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. The house creaked, the temperature dropped, and the silence deepened. Then at exactly 1:15 a.m., the scratching started. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was louder tonight, more deliberate. I placed the diaphragm of the stethoscope against the wall. The sound exploded in my ears. It wasn't scratching from the inside. It sounded like fingernails dragging across the back of the plaster. It moved upward toward the ceiling, then back down to the level of my head. I followed the sound with the stethoscope, my hands shaking so hard I could barely keep the device steady. The scratching stopped, and the hum returned. Through the stethoscope, it didn't sound like wind anymore. It sounded like vocal cords straining to produce friction. I held my breath, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. And so close. The voice was clear now. It was a man's voice, but it was wrong. It was too thin, too breathless, as if the person speaking hadn't taken a real breath in years. It sounded like it was being squeezed through a straw. Can't he hear? I pulled the stethoscope away as if it had burned me. I scrambled back across the floor, my back hitting the opposite wall. My eyes were locked on the spot where I had just been listening. There was nothing there. No cracks, no holes, no doors, just a flat, painted surface. "Who's there?" I yelled. My voice sounded small and pathetic in the darkness. "I have a gun. I've called the police." I was lying. I didn't have a gun, and my phone was charging in the kitchen. The response wasn't a shout or a threat. It was a giggle, a tiny, wet, muffled giggle that seemed to vibrate the very air in the room. It wasn't coming from the other side of the wall. It was coming from inside the wall. I didn't stay to hear more. I grabbed my car keys from the nightstand and bolted. I didn't even grab a jacket. I ran down the stairs, through the kitchen, and out the front door, not stopping until I was locked inside my truck with the engine idling. I sat there in the driveway, the headlights cutting a twin path of light into the dark woods, watching the upstairs window of my bedroom. Nothing moved. The house sat there, silent and imposing, looking for all the world like a normal, peaceful home. I stayed in that truck until the sun came up, my mind racing through every possible explanation. A prankster, a squatter. There was no crawl space behind that wall. It was an exterior wall. Beyond it was only the siding and the forest. When the sun was high enough to give me a false sense of security, I went back in. I felt like a coward, and that anger fueled a new kind of resolve. I wasn't going to be driven out of my own house by a noise. I went to the shed and grabbed a pry bar and a sledgehammer. I went back to the bedroom. I stood before the north wall, the one that had whispered to me. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I stepped onto the mattress. I placed the head of the pry bar against the plaster near the baseboard and shoved. The wood groaned. I pulled, and a section of the baseboard snapped away, revealing the gap between the studs. I expected to see insulation or maybe a nest of some kind. Instead, I saw a void. The wall wasn't solid. The house had been built with a double stud frame, leaving a gap about 8 inches wide between the interior plaster and the exterior sheathing. It was a dead space, a vertical tomb that ran the length of the room. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the gap. The beam cut through decades of dust and cobwebs. I panned the light down toward the floorboards. My heart stopped. There, tucked into the corner of the gap, was a small, tattered pile of fabric. It looked like a child's blanket or maybe a very old coat. But that wasn't what made the blood drain from my face. Next to the fabric, scratched into the dark wood of the interior stud, were marks. Hundreds of them. They weren't random. They were tally marks grouped in fives. And below the marks, carved with what looked like a dull knife, was a single word. Listening. I backed away, the pry bar falling from my numb fingers and thudding onto the mattress. I wasn't alone. I had never been alone. Someone had been living in the bones of this house, inches away from me, watching me through the cracks in the floorboards, listening to my breathing, waiting for the house to go quiet. I told myself I had to leave. I had to get to the police. But as I turned to head for the door, I heard it again. No stethoscope this time. No pressing my ear to the wall. The sound was loud enough to fill the room, echoing out of the hole I had just made. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a rasping, eager croak. David. My name, it knew my name. I hadn't told anyone my name since I moved in. I hadn't received any mail at this address yet. I hadn't introduced myself to the distant neighbors. I stood paralyzed in the center of the room. The air felt thick, like I was breathing underwater. My brain was trying to process the impossibility of it. How long had they been in there? How did they eat? How did they breathe? David, look closer. The voice was coming from the hole. I didn't want to look. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, to jump out the window, to get as far away from that wall as possible. But it was like I was caught in a trance. My feet moved of their own accord. I knelt back down by the hole I had smashed in the plaster. I angled the flashlight again, my hand shaking so violently, the beam danced wildly across the interior of the wall. I looked past the tally marks. I looked past the tattered fabric. Further down, where the wall met the floor joists, there was a small, rectangular opening, a vent that led to the crawl space under the house. And sitting just inside the shadows of that vent was a face. It wasn't a human face, not anymore. It was pale, the color of a fish's belly, with skin that looked like wet parchment stretched too tight over a skull. There was no hair, no eyebrows, just two enormous, dark eyes that reflected the light of my flashlight like a cat's. It didn't blink, it didn't flinch from the light. It just stared at me, its mouth pulled back in a wide, toothless grin. You found me, it wheezed. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat had closed up, my lungs refusing to work. I scrambled backward, tripping over the pry bar, and fell hard against the bedroom door. I scrambled to my feet, my vision blurring with panic. I didn't look back. I flew down the stairs, 4 at a time, and burst out into the morning air. I didn't stop at my truck this time. I ran. I ran down the gravel driveway, my lungs burning, my heart feeling like it was going to explode. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, nearly a mile away. I flagged down a passing utility truck, the driver looking at me like I was a lunatic. I was covered in plaster dust, sweating, and shaking so hard I couldn't speak. Call the police, I finally managed to gasp out. There's someone in my walls. The police arrived 20 minutes later, 2 deputies, looking bored and skeptical. They followed me back to the house, their hands resting on their holsters in a way that didn't make me feel any safer. I led them up to the bedroom. I pointed at the hole in the wall. He's in there, I whispered. In the gap, I saw his face. The older deputy, a man named Miller with a face like wrinkled leather, shone his heavy maglite into the hole. He looked for a long time. Then he grunted and knelt down, reaching a gloved hand into the dark space. He pulled out the tattered fabric. It wasn't a blanket. It was a very old, very rotted suit jacket. Then he reached further in and pulled something else out. It was a notebook, small, leather-bound, and swollen with moisture. There's nobody here, kid, Miller said, standing up and dusting off his knees. The vent in the floor leads to a crawl space, but the exterior grating is bolted shut from the outside. Has been for years by the look of the rust. I saw him, I shouted, my voice cracking. He spoke to me, he knew my name. Miller exchanged a look with the younger deputy. It was a look of pity. Look, this is an old house. These spaces, they pick up echoes, sounds from the woods, wind in the eaves. And as for the name, maybe you said it out loud. People do that when they're alone. The tally marks, I said, pointing. The word listening, Explain that." Miller looked at the carvings. He sighed. "This house has a history. Back in the 70s, a man lived here who wasn't exactly right in the head. He was a recluse. The locals say he used to hide in the walls when people came to visit. He died in this house. This stuff, it's probably been here for 40 years. "But I saw him," I insisted. "He was right there. He looked. He didn't look human." "Fear does strange things to the eyes, David," Miller said, using my name in a way that made my skin crawl. "Why don't you stay at a motel tonight? Get some sleep. This place is a lot for one person to take on." They left. They didn't file a report. They didn't search the crawl space. They just left me there, standing in the middle of the room with a hole in my wall and a pile of rotted clothes on my bed. I knew they were wrong. I knew what I had seen. But as I stood there, the silence of the house began to feel different. It wasn't the heavy, expectant silence from before. It was empty, like the life had been sucked out of the room. I packed a bag. I didn't care about the tools or the clothes I was leaving behind. I just wanted out. I walked toward the door, but something stopped me. The notebook. It was sitting on the nightstand where Miller had left it. Against my better judgment, I opened it. The pages were yellowed and brittle, the ink faded to a ghostly gray. It was a diary of sorts, but there were no dates, no names, just page after page of the same sentence, written over and over again in cramped, frantic handwriting. I can hear them thinking. I flipped toward the back of the book. The handwriting changed. It became smoother, more modern. The ink was darker, as if it had been written recently. I reached the very last page. My breath caught in my throat. There in fresh black ink was a description of me. "He wears a blue shirt today. He likes his coffee black. He cries when he thinks no one is looking. He is a good listener. I will tell him my name tonight." The book fell from my hands. I didn't just run this time. I drove. I drove until I reached the city, until I was surrounded by people and lights and noise. I checked into a hotel and stayed there for a week, too afraid to even close my eyes in the dark. I sold the house a month later. I took a massive loss on it, but I didn't care. I never went back to pick up the rest of my things. I hired a moving company to do it, and even then, I told them to just throw away anything from the master bedroom. I live in a modern apartment now. Concrete walls, 3rd floor. No crawl spaces, no double-stud frames. It's loud here. I can hear my neighbors' TVs, the traffic on the street, the hum of the elevator. I love it. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, when the city goes momentarily still, I find myself standing in my hallway. I find myself pressing my ear against the cold, solid concrete. Because lately, I've been noticing something. A tiny hairline crack has started to form near the baseboard of my bedroom. And last night, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I didn't hear a scratch. I didn't hear a hum. I heard a breath, a long, slow, rattling breath right against the back of my head. And then a whisper. "David, why did you leave? We were just getting started." I don't sleep in the bedroom anymore. I don't sleep much at all. Because I realized something that the police and the neighbors and the recluses already knew. It's not the house that's haunted. It's the silence. And once you've invited it in, once you've shown it that you're a good listener, it never, ever stops talking. The static of the city was supposed to be my armor. I chose this apartment specifically for its flaws. The thinness of the floors that let me hear the neighbor's toddler crying at 3:00 a.m., the rhythmic clanking of the radiator, the distant, comforting roar of the interstate. I thought if I drowned out the silence, I could drown out the memory of that pale, parchment face. But the crack in the baseboard changed everything. It started as a hair-thin line, barely visible against the eggshell paint, but every morning it seemed to have stretched a fraction of an inch further, like a slow-motion lightning bolt crawling across the perimeter of my sanctuary. I tried to tell myself it was settling. High-rises settle. Concrete expands and contracts. That's what the super told me when I cornered him in the lobby. my hands shoved deep into my pockets to hide their trembling. "Building's 20 years old, Mr. David," he'd said, not looking up from his clipboard. "Gotta expect some shifting. I'll send a guy up with some caulk next week." I didn't want caulk. I wanted an exorcism. I wanted a structural engineer to tell me there was no physical way for a void to exist behind a reinforced concrete slab. That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I sat on the sofa with the television volume cranked to a level that I knew would eventually draw a noise complaint. A colorful, mindless sitcom blared, the canned laughter filling the room with a synthetic joy that felt like a mockery. I watched the crack. I didn't blink. My eyes ached, stinging with dryness, but I was terrified that if I closed them for even a second, the line would open like a mouth. Around 4:00 a.m., the city hit its lowest ebb. The traffic thinned to a lonely hum. The neighbors were finally quiet, and in that momentary lapse of external noise, the television flickered. It was a brief power surge, common enough in old grids, but the sudden silence that followed was absolute. The screen went black, the blue standby light pulsing like a slow, mechanical heartbeat. I reached for the remote, my thumb hovering over the power button when I heard it. It wasn't a whisper this time. It was the sound of something wet being dragged through a narrow space. Schlick, schlick, schlick. It was coming from beneath the floorboards. I stood up, my knees buckling for a moment. I didn't have a sledgehammer here. I didn't even have a screwdriver. I was stripped of my logical tools, left with nothing but the raw, vibrating terror that had followed me from the woods to the heart of the concrete jungle. I backed toward the kitchen, my heels clicking sharply on the hardwood. The sound stopped. "David," the floor breathed. The voice was closer than it had been in the house. In the house, it had been muffled by horsehair plaster and decades of dust. Here, it sounded as if the speaker was pressed directly against the underside of the wood, their lips inches from my toes. "Go away," I whispered, my voice a jagged wreck. "You're not real, you're a memory, you're stress, you're..." "I am the space between," the voice wheezed. It sounded more fluid now, less like dry leaves and more like a throat filled with phlegm. "I am the part of the room you don't look at. I am the shadow under the door. Why did you run, David? The woods were so quiet. We could have talked for years." I grabbed a chef's knife from the magnetic rack on the kitchen wall. The weight of the steel felt pathetic, a toy against a ghost. "How are you here? This is a third-floor apartment. There is no gap. There is no double wall." A low, bubbling giggle vibrated through the soles of my feet. "You think I need a door? You think I need a hallway? I am the asterisk thinness asterisk, David. I am the crack in the world. You opened me. You listen. And once you listen, you become a part of the frequency." I didn't wait for it to finish. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt. My fingers were slick with sweat, the metal turning stubbornly in my grip. I finally threw the door open and stumbled into the hallway, expecting to see the familiar, dimly lit carpet and the row of identical apartment doors. The hallway was empty, but it was also longer. I looked toward the elevator bank at the end of the hall. It looked miles away, the perspective distorted as if I were looking through the wrong end of a telescope. The overhead lights flickered in a sequence that felt rhythmic, almost like a code. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sound was coming from the walls of the hallway now. Every door I passed seemed to pulse with a low, internal pressure. I ran toward the stairs, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. I hit the heavy fire door and threw myself into the stairwell, spiraling down the concrete steps. 3 floors, it should have taken 30 seconds. I ran down 1 flight, 2, 3. I reached the door marked lobby and shoved. It was locked. I turned and ran back up, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I reached the 4th floor. Locked. 5th. Locked. I kept climbing, my legs burning, the air in the stairwell growing hotter, thicker, smelling of old paper and wet earth. I reached the top floor, the roof access, and slammed my shoulder against the metal. It gave way, and I stumbled out into the night air. The city skyline was laid out before me, a glittering carpet of light. I ran to the edge of the roof, clutching the waist-high parapet, looking down at the street below. The cars looked like toys. The people were invisible. I was alone at the top of the world, and for a moment the wind felt like a benediction. It was cold, sharp, and real. Beautiful, isn't it? I spun around. The roof was empty, just the humming HVAC units and the gravel-covered surface. "Where are you?" I screamed into the wind. "I'm where I've always been, David," the voice said. It wasn't coming from the walls anymore. It was coming from asterisk behind asterisk me, directly behind my ear. "I'm in the silence you carry with you." I felt a cold pressure on my shoulder, not the weight of a hand, but the sensation of a void, a sudden drop in temperature that made the hair on my arms stand up. I turned my head slowly, terrified of what I would see. There was nothing there, just the empty air of the rooftop. But then I looked down at my own shadow, cast long and jagged by the security lights. My shadow wasn't alone. Tethered to the silhouette of my own head was another shape. It was thin, impossibly long, with limbs that looked like knotted rope. It didn't have a distinct outline. It looked like a smudge of ink against the gravel. Two glowing, amber pinpricks stared back at me from where the shadow's face should be. It wasn't in the walls. It was in my shadow. It had hitched a ride on my very existence the moment I pressed my ear to that plaster in the woods. The shadow moved. It didn't mimic my movements. While I stood frozen, the shadow raised a long, spindly arm and pointed toward the edge of the roof. "Look closer, David," it whispered, the voice vibrating inside my own skull. "Look at the cracks in the street. Look at the gaps between the stars. I'm not the only one who's been listening." I looked out at the city again and my stomach turned. The lights of the skyscrapers weren't just lights anymore. They were eyes, thousands of them blinking in the dark. The cracks in the pavement below weren't just wear and tear. They were mouths, stretching open to catch the sound of the world. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The recluse in the house, the man who had lived in the walls, he hadn't been hiding from people. He had been trying to get as close to the thinness as possible. He had been a pioneer. He had realized that the physical world was just a skin, and he had crawled underneath it to see what was holding it up. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely a whimper. The shadow shape leaned in closer. I could feel the coldness of its breath on my neck, smelling of ancient dust and forgotten things. "I want you to tell me a story, David. It's been so long since I've heard a new one. Tell me about the world. Tell me about the sun. Tell me what it feels like to have blood that is warm." I realized then that I was never going to be alone again. Not in a hotel, not in a city, not in a crowd. The thinness had seen me, and it found me interesting. I sat down on the gravel of the roof, my back against the parapet. I watched my shadow, and it watched me. The amber eyes didn't blink. "Once upon a time," I began, my voice trembling as the first light of dawn began to gray the horizon. "There was a man who thought he could buy a house and leave his past behind." The shadow settled, its long limbs folding in a way that looked almost content. "Go on," it whispered. "I'm listening." I talked for hours. I told it about my childhood, about the mother I missed, about the jobs I'd hated and the women I'd lost. I told it about the smell of rain on hot asphalt and the taste of a cold beer on a summer afternoon. The more I talked, the more the shadow seemed to grow, its edges blurring, merging with the darkness of the rooftop. As the sun finally broke over the horizon, the shadow retreated, shrinking back into the normal, mundane silhouette of a man sitting on a roof. The amber eyes vanished. The cold pressure on my shoulder lifted. I stood up, my body stiff and aching. I walked to the door of the stairwell. It opened easily now. I walked down the stairs and the doors weren't locked. I reached the lobby and the super waved at me as I passed. "Early walk, Mr. David. You look like you've seen a ghost." He laughed at his own joke. I didn't answer. I went back to my apartment. I looked at the crack in the baseboard. It was still there, but it didn't look like a mouth anymore. It just looked like a crack. I went to the kitchen and made a pot of coffee. I sat at the table and listened to the city waking up. The sirens, the shouting, the construction, it was all there. But underneath it, in the tiny gaps between the sounds, I could still hear the breathing. I took a sip of my coffee. It was black, just the way I liked it. "Are you still there?" I whispered to the empty room. The air in the corner of the kitchen shimmered, just for a second. A low, dry hum vibrated through the table. "Always David," the silence replied. "Tell me another one." I realized then that the horror wasn't that there was something in the walls. The horror was that I was starting to enjoy the company. I was starting to understand why the man in the woods had stayed. Because once you know the secrets of the thinness, the rest of the world starts to look very, very small. I leaned back in my chair and looked at the wall. I didn't see paint or concrete. I saw a map. I saw the lines where the world didn't quite meet. "Okay," I said, a small, cold smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. "Let me tell you about the time I tried to run away." The whispering grew louder, a chorus of voices now, all of them eager, all of them hungry. The house in the woods was gone, but the walls were everywhere. And for the first time in my life, I felt like I truly belonged. I was David. I was the listener, and the story was only just beginning. The coffee went cold in my hand, a dark, stagnant pool reflecting the fluorescent hum of the kitchen light. I didn't mind. The bitterness on my tongue felt honest, a sharp contrast to the velvet texture of the voice that had begun to settle into the marrow of my bones. It wasn't just one voice anymore. It was a choir of static, 1,000 radio stations caught between frequencies, all seeking the same dial. "The move was the hardest part," I said, my voice dropping to a conspiratorial low. I found myself leaning toward the wall, my forehead nearly touching the cool paint. I thought if I changed the zip code, I could change the architecture of my soul. I packed boxes with things I didn't need just to feel the weight of the physical world. I wanted to believe in gravity, in solid objects, in the finality of a locked door. A ripple went through the crown molding. It was subtle, like the distortion of heat over a highway, but I saw it. The apartment was breathing with me, expanding when I inhaled, contracting when I spoke. "You can't pack a shadow, David," the wall murmured. This time, the voice sounded like a woman's, soft, melodic, but underscored by the sound of grinding stones. "You brought the silence with you because you gave it a name. You gave it a shape. You made it a guest, and a guest never leaves until the party is over." "When is the party over?" I asked. "When the music stops," the voice replied. "But the music is everywhere. It's in the vibration of the atoms. It's in the space between your heartbeats. Listen." I held my breath. In the sudden vacuum of my own respiration, I heard it, the rhythmic thumping of my heart. But it wasn't alone. There was a counterbeat, a secondary thud that followed a split second behind mine, echoing from the floorboards. Thump, 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 thump. It was as if something was walking in perfect synchronization with my internal organs. I stood up and walked toward the window. The city was a hive of motion, a million lives intersecting in a chaotic dance of light and steel. I looked at the office building across the street, a glass monolith where janitors were buffing floors and early morning executives were already hunched over glowing screens. "Do they hear you too?" I whispered, my breath fogging the glass. "They hear the noise," the wall wheezed, the voice shifting back to the rattling, masculine tone of the man from the crawlspace. "They use the noise to drown us out. They build their towers higher and higher, thinking the wind will blow us away. But we are the foundation. We are the hollow parts of the bricks. We are the reason the lights flicker when a secret is told." I watched a woman in the opposite building. She was standing by a water cooler, her head tilted as if she'd caught a stray sound. She rubbed the back of her neck, a universal gesture of unease, and hurried back to her desk. I felt a surge of pity for her. She was still fighting it. She was still trying to pretend the world was solid. "I saw a man once," I told the shadow in the corner. "Before the house, before any of this. He was standing on a subway platform screaming at a pillar. Everyone moved away. They called him crazy. They looked at him with that mixture of fear and disgust we reserve for the broken." "He wasn't screaming at the pillar," the voice chuckled. "It was a dry, papery sound. He was answering it. The steel was telling him about the fire that forged it. He was the only one in that station who wasn't lonely." I realized then that my fear was evaporating, replaced by a cold, crystalline clarity. The hotel stay, the frantic drive, the desperate lease on this apartment, it had all been a performance of normalcy. I had been trying to convince myself that I wanted to be like the woman at the water cooler, but I didn't. I wanted to know what was on the other side of the skin. I walked back to the bedroom. The crack near the baseboard had widened. It was no longer a hairline fracture. It was a gap, dark and inviting. I knelt beside it. I could smell the scent of the old house again, damp earth, rotting cedar, and something metallic like old coins. "Show me," I said. "Are you sure, David?" The whisper came from inside the gap. "There is no away once you see. There is only here." "I'm already here," I said. "I've been here since I opened that notebook." I reached out a finger and touched the edge of the crack. The concrete felt soft, almost like bruised fruit. It yielded under my touch, the material stretching and tearing with a sound like wet silk. I pushed harder, my hand disappearing into the wall up to the wrist. There was no resistance. No studs, no wiring, no insulation. Just a vast, cool emptiness that felt larger than the room itself. I felt something wrap around my hand. It wasn't a grip. It was a caress. It felt like 1,000 tiny needles made of ice dancing over my skin. "The man in the house?" I asked, my voice echoing into the void. "What was his name?" "He forgot it," the voices whispered in unison. "Names are for things that have limits. He became the draft under the door. He became the creak in the third step. He is the reason the children in the neighborhood are afraid of the dark." "Will I forget mine?" "In time, but first you must learn to navigate. The world is full of pockets, David. This apartment is just one. Your neighbor's kitchen is another. The basement of the library is a cathedral. We can go anywhere as long as there is a shadow to hold us." I pulled my hand back. My skin was pale, mapped with fine gray lines that looked like the veins of a leaf. They pulsed with a faint, bioluminescent glow that faded as soon as I moved away from the crack. I spent the rest of the day in a trance. I didn't go to work. I didn't answer my phone, which buzzed incessantly on the counter with calls from my boss and my sister. Their voices on the voicemail sounded like they were coming from underwater, distorted, irrelevant, and miles away. I began to move the furniture. I pushed the bed into the center of the room. I took down the pictures I'd hung, landscapes and cityscapes meant to anchor me to reality. Behind every frame, I found a new mark, a smudge of soot, a cluster of carvings that looked like the ones Miller had dismissed, a tiny hole that breathed out the cold air of the void. By sunset, the apartment looked like a shrine. I had drawn lines on the floor with a piece of charcoal I found in my junk drawer, connecting the cracks in the walls to the shadows cast by the furniture. It was a map of the thinness. "It's beautiful," I whispered. "It's just the beginning," the wall replied. "Tonight the city will go quiet, and when it does, we will show you the tunnels." I sat in the middle of the floor waiting for the dark. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't tired. I felt a strange, vibrating energy humming through my limbs, as if I were being tuned like an instrument. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lights of the city began to flicker, not just in my room, but across the entire skyline. I watched from my window as block after block plunged into darkness. A transformer must have blown, or perhaps the grid simply couldn't handle the weight of all those people trying to stay in the light. The silence that followed was heavy. It wasn't the empty silence I had feared in the house. It was a dense, crowded silence, filled with the presence of a million things that had been waiting for the noise to stop. I heard a scratching at my front door. Not the frantic clawing of an animal, but a rhythmic, purposeful tapping. Tap, 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 tap. I walked to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was pitch black, the emergency lights failing to kick in. But I didn't need light to see what was standing there. It was a man, or it had been. He was tall and spindly, his limbs elongated like the shadows on the roof. He was wearing the tattered remains of a blue uniform, a security guard perhaps. His face was a smooth, featureless mask of pale skin, save for the 2 amber pinpricks of light that served as his eyes. He wasn't standing on the floor. He was leaning out of the wall, his body emerging from the plaster like a figurehead on a ship. "David," he whispered, his voice a perfect replica of my own. "The elevators are down, but the shafts are open." I opened the door. I didn't feel fear. I felt a profound sense of recognition. This was the good listener the notebook had promised. "Where are we going?" I asked. "To the heart of the city," the guard thing said, stepping fully out of the wall. He moved with a jerky, stop-motion grace. "There is a space beneath the subway tracks where the silence is so thick you can carve it. The others are waiting." The others. The ones who listened too well. The ones who found the cracks and didn't look away. I followed him into the hallway. The walls felt soft now, like velvet. As we walked, I noticed that the apartment doors were no longer solid. They were shimmering veils of gray light. I could see into the rooms beyond, people huddling around candles, clutching their phones, whispering in the dark. They looked like ghosts to me. They were the ones who were fading. We reached the elevator bank. The doors were pried open, revealing the long, dark drop of the shaft. Cables hung like frozen vines in the gloom. "Don't look down with your eyes," the guard thing cautioned. "Look with your ears." I closed my eyes. I listened. I heard the wind whistling through the steel beams. I heard the distant drip of water in the basement. And I heard the voices, thousands of them, rising up from the depths of the building. They were singing. It wasn't a melody I recognized, but it felt familiar. It was the sound of 1,000 cracks opening at once. I stepped into the shaft. I didn't fall. The air was thick enough to hold me, a viscous medium that felt like swimming through cold oil. We descended slowly, passing floor after floor of dark apartments. I saw the thinness everywhere in the structural gaps, in the ventilation ducts, in the spaces between the bricks. It was a secondary city, a sprawling, organic labyrinth that existed within the shell of the one I knew. We reached the basement, but we didn't stop. The floor of the mechanical room was cracked wide open, revealing a jagged maw that led deep into the earth. "This was here before the building," the guard said, his amber eyes glowing brighter. "The city was built on top of it, but they couldn't seal it. They just built around it. They called it unstable ground. They called it sinkholes. But it's just the world's lungs." We entered the tunnel. The walls here weren't concrete or stone. They were made of the same gray, papery substance as the notebook. I could see writing on the walls, millions of sentences, scrawled in every language imaginable. I can hear them thinking. "The silence is a gift. Don't look back. We are the space between." I reached out and ran my hand along the wall. The ink was fresh. It smeared under my fingers, staining my skin black. "Who wrote all this?" I asked. "Everyone who ever listened," the guard replied. "Every recluse, every madman, every person who sat in a quiet room and realized the walls were talking. It's the history of the hidden world." We emerged into a vast cavern. It was located directly beneath the center of the city, a cathedral of shadow. Huge pillars of rock rose up to support the weight of the skyscrapers above, but even the rock was laced with the thinness. In the center of the cavern, a group of figures sat in a circle. They were like the guard, long-limbed, pale, with eyes that burned like embers. But they weren't silent. They were talking all at once, a chaotic symphony of whispers that filled the air like a physical pressure. As I approached, the circle opened. "David," they said, the sound vibrating in my chest. "You're late." "I had to find the right door," I said, my voice sounding more like theirs every second, drier, older, more resonant. I took my place in the circle. I sat on the cold, damp earth and looked up. Far above, through a narrow fissure in the cavern roof, I could see a single, lonely star. It looked small and insignificant compared to the darkness surrounding me. "Tell us a story, David," a woman with fingers like willow branches said. "Tell us about the blue shirt and the black coffee. Tell us about the man who thought he could run." I closed my eyes and began to speak. I told them about the house in the woods. I told them about Miller and his dismissal of the truth. I told them about the crack in my baseboard and the long walk down the elevator shaft. As I talked, I felt my body changing. My skin grew taut and pale. My limbs stretched, reaching out toward the shadows. My heartbeat slowed, syncing with the deep tectonic thrum of the earth. The city above me continued its frantic, noisy existence. People went to work. They fell in love. They argued. They died. They lived in their boxes of light, never suspecting that the very walls they relied on were hollowed out by our presence. I wasn't David anymore. Not really. David was a story I was telling to the dark. I looked at my hands. The gray veins had spread, covering my palms in an intricate web of shadow. I reached out and touched the cavern wall. I didn't need a pen. The ink flowed from my fingertips, a dark, permanent record of my thoughts. "I am the whisper coming from the wall," I wrote. The others laughed, a sound like falling leaves. "He's a natural," the guard thing said. I leaned my head back against the cool stone and listened. I could hear the thoughts of the people in the city above. I could hear their fears, their secrets, their unuttered prayers. They were so loud, so messy, so fragile. And then I heard a new sound. It was a scratch, a faint, tentative scratch against a plaster wall in a house miles away. A young man was standing in a room, holding a hammer, looking at a hole he'd just made. He was breathing hard, his heart hammering against his ribs. I leaned toward the sound, my amber eyes narrowing. I pressed my lips against the thinness, the vibration of my voice traveling through the veins of the world. "Don't be afraid," I whispered, the sound traveling through miles of earth and stone to reach his ear. "I'm just getting started." The young man froze. I could hear his breath catch in his throat. I could feel his terror, sharp and sweet like a ripened fruit. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice trembling. I smiled, a long, thin line of darkness. "A friend," I said, "a good listener. Why don't you tell me your name?" I settled back into the circle, the coldness of the cavern feeling like a warm embrace. The city was a vast instrument, and I had finally learned how to play the strings. The silence wasn't an end, it was a beginning. And as long as there were walls, as long as there were cracks, as long as there were people who stopped to listen, the story would never have to end. The young man on the other end of the line, the one I was reaching through the dark arteries of the world, didn't answer immediately. I could feel his pulse, a frantic, fluttering thing like a trapped bird beating its wings against the cage of his ribs. It was a delicious sensation, a tactile feedback that traveled through the soil, the rebar and the drywall, hummed through my elongated fingers, and settled into the hollow space where my heart used to reside. I wasn't just hearing him, I was inhabiting the architecture of his panic. "I'm going crazy," the boy whispered. I could hear the metallic clatter of the hammer hitting the floorboards. He was rubbing his face, his palms rough against his stubble. "It's just the pipes. Old houses have spirits, they say, thermal expansion. That's all it is." The circle of figures around me swayed in unison, a grove of blackened trees caught in a subterranean wind. The woman with the willow branch fingers leaned closer to me, her amber eyes flickering with a dry, static electricity. "He's trying to rationalize," she hissed, her voice a layer of dust settling on a forgotten shelf. "They always start with physics. They try to weigh the ghost. They try to measure the shadow with a ruler." "Let him," I murmured back, my voice vibrating through the cavern floor. The more he explains it away, the wider the crack grows. Logic is just a thin coat of paint. Once it peels, there's nothing left but the hunger. I focused my intent again, sending my consciousness back up through the thinness, navigating the labyrinth of the city's subconscious. I bypassed the humming fiber optic cables and the leaden weight of the sewers, seeking the specific resonance of that boy's bedroom. I found the fracture in his wall, a jagged lightning bolt of exposed lath and plaster. "Names of weight, Caleb," I whispered into the gap. I felt him bolt upright. "How do you know my name?" "I know the shape of your breath," I replied. "I know the way you look at the closet door before you turn off the light. I know the letter you wrote and didn't mail. I am the space you leave empty." In the cavern, the guard thing began to scratch at the floor with a sharpened fingernail, carving a map of Caleb's house into the dirt. As he drew, the lines began to glow with a sickly, phosphorescent light. We were anchoring him. We were weaving him into the tapestry. "Why are you doing this?" Caleb's voice was breaking now, the sound of a man sliding down a glass slope. "Because you were lonely," I said, and the truth of it tasted like copper on my tongue. "Because you looked at the world and saw a stage play where everyone else knew their lines but you. You wanted something real. You wanted the world to stop being a postcard and start being a home. Well, Caleb, welcome home." I withdrew my focus slightly, letting the boy simmer in his own dawning realization. The transition required time. The marrow had to turn to ash before the light could move in. I looked around the great hall of shadows. It was larger than I had first perceived, an impossible geography that defied the maps of the surface world. I could see other tunnels branching off, leading to other cities, other basements, other forgotten corners of the human experience. There were thousands of us here, and yet there was no crowding. We were like breaths in a cathedral. We occupied the same volume without ever truly colliding. "What happens when the whole city goes dark?" I asked the woman beside me. "When the noise finally stops for everyone?" She tilted her head, a bone-deep creak echoing from her neck. "It never stops for everyone at once. The light is stubborn. It clings to the eyes like a parasite. But one by one, the anchors break. A divorce, a death, a long night spent staring at a flickering neon sign. Each one is a crack. Eventually, the weight of what they ignore becomes heavier than the structures they build. The city doesn't fall, David. It sinks. It settles into us." I stood up, my new limbs feeling surprisingly light. I felt a yearning to explore, to see the thinness in its most concentrated forms. I wandered away from the circle, walking toward a wall that seemed to be pulsing with a rhythmic, golden light. As I got closer, I realized the wall was made of thousands of glass jars, stacked from floor to ceiling. Each jar contained a flicker of movement, a captured sigh, a reflected glance, a fragment of a dream. This was the archive. "This is the library of the unsaid," the guard thing said, appearing at my shoulder. He moved without sound, his presence merely a shift in the density of the air. When a secret is too heavy to keep, it leaks out. We catch it. We store it. It's what keeps the tunnels warm. I reached out to touch a jar. Inside, I saw a memory of a rainy afternoon, a hand letting go of another hand at a train station. I could feel the grief radiating through the glass, a cold, sharp ache. "Is mine in here?" I asked. "Your old life? No," the guard chuckled. "You didn't leak, David. You poured. You emptied yourself into the notebook. You didn't leave a secret behind. You became the secret." I moved further into the archive, passing shelves of lost keys, wedding rings found in drains, and the muffled echoes of unrequited "I love yous." It was a museum of the discarded, the things that were too real for the brightly lit world above to handle. Then I saw it, a shelf that was empty, save for a single leather-bound notebook. It was mine, the one I had found in the crawlspace of the old house, the one that had started the rot. I picked it up. The leather felt like human skin, warm, slightly damp, and etched with fine, microscopic pores. I opened the first page. The writing was no longer in Miller's cramped hand. It was in mine, But the words were shifting, the ink crawling across the paper like a colony of ants. Part 4, the page read, The Descent. I turned the page. Part 5, the architecture of absence. The book was writing itself, or rather, it was recording my progression. I realized then that the notebook wasn't a guide, it was a tether. It was the physical manifestation of my transformation. As long as the book existed, I was tied to the transition. Can I destroy it? I asked. Why would you want to? The guard asked, his amber eyes wide. It's your heartbeat. It's the only thing that remembers you had a name. If you burn that book, you don't become free. You become the wind. You become a sound that no one hears. You become the silence between the words. I clutched the book to my chest. I wasn't ready to be the wind. I still wanted to be the whisper. I still wanted the power to make Caleb's heart skip a beat. I walked back toward the center of the cavern, but the path had changed. The tunnels were shifting, the geometry of the thinness responding to my thoughts. I found myself standing in a narrow corridor that smelled of ozone and old paper. I heard a voice, a real physical voice, not a whisper from the wall. David, are you down here? It was my sister, Sarah. I froze. The sound of her voice was like a serrated blade cutting through the velvet dark. It was too bright, too sharp, too full of the normal world. I could hear her footsteps, heavy, clumsy, the sound of someone who believed in the solidity of the floor. David, the manager let me in. The apartment is a mess. What did you do to the walls? David, answer me. She was in the apartment. She was standing right above me, her voice filtering through a ventilation shaft. I could see her through the thinness, a blurry heat map of a person, her aura a frantic, jagged yellow. Go away, Sarah, I whispered, but I didn't send it through the wall. I said it with my own throat, and the sound was a horrific, guttural rasp that made me flinch. David, is that you? Where are you hiding? This isn't funny. You've been gone for 2 days. People are worried. 2 days. To me, it had felt like an hour of eternal twilight. Time didn't move linearly in the cavern. It coiled and uncoiled like a sleeping snake. I'm not hiding, I said, leaning my face against the shaft. I'm finally visible. I can't hear you. You sound like you're in a well. David, I'm calling the police. I'm calling a doctor. You're having a breakdown. I felt a surge of anger, the arrogance of the living, to think that everything they couldn't understand was a breakdown. To think that the only reality was the one they could see under a fluorescent bulb. Look at the wall, Sarah, I commanded. I poured all my will into the words, sending a ripple of distortion through the plaster in the bedroom above. Look at the crack near the baseboard. I saw her image tilt. She was kneeling, she was looking. What is this? She whispered, her voice trembling. It smells like the old house. David, what did you do? I opened the door, I said, and now I'm inviting you in. No, this isn't possible. I saw her hand reach out. She was touching the thinness. I could feel her fingertips through the ceiling of the tunnel, warm, soft, and terrifyingly fragile. For a moment, I felt a pang of my old self. I wanted to tell her to run. I wanted to tell her to get out of the apartment, to drive until the sun came up and never look back. But the feeling was fleeting, swallowed by the vast, cold hunger of the cavern. It's okay, Sarah, I lied, my voice smoothing out into the melodic, feminine tone I had heard earlier. It's quiet here. No more noise. No more bills or bosses or the weight of being a person. Just the music. David, your hand. She was looking at the gap. I had pushed my fingers through from the other side. To her, they must have looked like gray, translucent smoke rising from the floor. Take it, I said. She hesitated. Her fear was a thick, cloying mist. But beneath the fear, there was a deep, aching curiosity. She was my sister, after all. We shared the same blood, the same childhood ghosts, the same susceptibility to the dark. Will it hurt? She asked. Only until you forget your name, I promised. She reached out. Her fingers brushed mine. The contact was like an electric shock, a violent discharge of reality meeting absence. I felt her life force surge into me, a hot, vibrant current that made my amber eyes flare. And then she screamed. The sound was beautiful. It echoed through the tunnels, a perfect, high-pitched note that shattered the glass jars in the archive. The secrets of 1,000 people spilled out onto the floor, a shimmering sea of lost moments. I pulled. I didn't pull with physical strength. I pulled with the vacuum of my existence. I became the hole in the world, and she was the matter being drawn into it. The plaster groaned and tore. The wallpaper stripped away in long, serrated ribbons. She didn't come through all at once. She stretched. She blurred. She became a smear of light and sound, a long, trailing ribbon of Sarah that I reeled in like a fisherman. When she finally landed on the floor of the tunnel, she wasn't a woman anymore. She was a heap of shivering shadow, her eyes two dim, frightened sparks. "David," she whimpered. The voice didn't come from her mouth, it came from the air around her. "I'm here," I said, kneeling beside her. I ran my long, gray fingers through the smoke that had been her hair. "You're safe now. The party is just starting." The guard thing appeared at the end of the corridor, his amber eyes glowing with approval. "Two for the price of one," he chuckled. "The foundation is growing stronger." I stood up, helping the shadow of my sister to her feet. She was wobbly, her form flickering as she tried to remember how to be solid. "Where are we?" she asked, her voice a soft rustle. "In the space between," I said. "Come, there are people you need to meet. There are things you need to hear." We walked back toward the great cavern. As we moved, I noticed that the writing on the walls was changing again. New sentences were appearing, scrawled in a frantic, looping script that looked suspiciously like Sarah's handwriting. I didn't want to be alone. The light was too bright. I can hear the heart of the city. I felt a sense of completion. The notebook in my hand grew heavy, the leather cooling until it felt like stone. I tucked it into a fold of my shadow, a permanent part of my new anatomy. We entered the circle. The others looked up, their eyes a sea of amber stars. "Welcome, Sarah," they whispered in unison. She shrank back against me, but I held her firm. "Don't be afraid," I told her. "Listen, do you hear that?" She went still. The thinness around her pulsed. "I hear a heartbeat," she whispered, "but it's not mine." "It's the city," I said, "and tonight we're going to teach it how to stop." I looked up at the fissure in the roof. The single star was gone, replaced by the dark, heavy belly of a rain cloud. I could feel the first droplets hitting the pavement of the streets far above. I could feel the dampness seeping into the bricks, softening the world, making it easier for us to move. I turned my attention back to Caleb. He was still in his room, sitting on the edge of his bed, staring at the hole in his wall. He was crying, a soft, pathetic sound that grated against my ears. "Caleb," I whispered, my voice a cold caress. "Your sister is here. She wants to tell you a secret." I felt Sarah's essence shift. She leaned toward the resonance of the boy's room, her grief and confusion transforming into a hungry, predatory curiosity. "Caleb," she breathed, her voice a perfect imitation of the one she'd had 10 minutes ago. "It's so beautiful in here. Why are you still in the light?" I watched as the boy reached for the wall. I watched as his fingers disappeared into the gray, yielding plaster. The circle of shadows began to hum. It was a low, vibrating chord that shook the very foundations of the skyscrapers above. It was the sound of the void expanding. It was the sound of the silence finally winning. And as the rain began to fall on the city, washing away the noise and the light, I realized that the man in the crawlspace had been wrong about one thing. The guest doesn't leave when the party is over. The guest becomes the house. The transition was not a snap of a bone. It was the slow, rhythmic stretching of a shadow at sunset. Caleb's fingers didn't just enter the wall. They became part of the molecular static of the lath and plaster. I watched from the cavern, my vision now a composite of 1,000 different angles, seeing through the eyes of the vermin in the floorboards and the silverfish behind the vanity. Caleb's terror had reached a plateau, a flat, gray plane of shock where the brain stops screaming and starts to simply observe its own dissolution. "That's it," Sarah whispered. Her voice was already losing the frantic edge of her humanity, smoothing out into the tonal resonance of the stone. "Don't pull back. There's nowhere to go back to." In the room above, the lamp on Caleb's nightstand flickered and died. The bulb didn't burn out. The electricity simply forgot how to flow. The current diverted into the hungry vacuum we had created. In the sudden dark, the glow from the fissure in his wall was the only light, a bruised, necrotic purple that cast long, dancing shadows of things that weren't there. Caleb's arm was in up to the elbow now. He wasn't screaming anymore. He was panting, a rhythmic, mechanical sound that timed itself to the pulsing of the cavern walls. The woman with the willow branch fingers drifted toward me, her feet making the sound of dry leaves skittering on a tombstone. "You've brought a sibling," she noted, her amber eyes fixed on the shimmering shade of Sarah. "A rare feast. The bonds of blood provide a much stronger bridge than the bonds of mere curiosity. The architecture likes the taste of family." "She was looking for me," I said, the words vibrating in my chest like a struck gong. "I only gave her what she wanted. I gave her proximity." "Proximity is a dangerous gift," the woman replied. She reached out and touched the wall of the cavern, and for a moment the stone became transparent. I saw a dozen other rooms, a dozen other Calebs, all staring at cracks, all listening to the pipes, all waiting for a voice to tell them they weren't alone. We are the infrastructure of loneliness, David. Every city is built upon a foundation of people who were forgotten while they were still breathing. We are just the ones who stopped pretending we were still on the surface. I looked at Sarah. She was standing at the edge of the glowing map the guard thing had carved into the dirt. She was watching the lines of her own apartment, the place she had left only minutes ago. She saw her purse on the kitchen table, her keys glinting under the overhead light she'd forgotten to turn off. She saw the half-empty cup of coffee, still radiating a faint, pathetic heat. "It looks so small," she murmured, "like a dollhouse." "Because it is," I said. "A toy for people who are afraid of the dark. They build these little boxes and fill them with things to convince themselves they exist. But the things break, the lights go out, and the boxes always have cracks." Above us, Caleb finally crossed the threshold. There was no splash, no mechanical grind. He simply folded into the wall like a letter being slipped into an envelope. One moment he was a boy in a messy bedroom. The next, he was a smear of gray light falling through the thinness. He landed a few yards away from us, his form a chaotic jumble of limbs and static. He tried to stand, but his legs were still remembering how to be solid, buckling like melting wax. The guard thing stepped forward, his heavy, obsidian-like hand coming down on Caleb's shoulder. "Easy, lad. The weight takes a moment to shed. You're carrying too much upstairs with you. Let go of the name. Let go of the birthday. Let go of the face in the mirror." Caleb looked up, and for a second I saw the boy I had been whispering to. His eyes were wide, the pupils blown out until there was no iris left. It's so quiet," he wheezed. "The best music is played on the silences," I told him. I felt a shift in the atmosphere of the cavern. The air, which had been stagnant and heavy, began to circulate in a slow, clockwise spiral. The other figures in the circle began to hum again, but the pitch had changed. It was no longer a welcoming drone, it was a summons. "The tide is coming in," the willow-fingered woman said, her voice rising above the hum. "The rain on the surface is heavy tonight. The gutters are overflowing. The basements are damp. The barriers are at their thinnest." I felt the notebook in my shadow throb. I pulled it out, the leather feeling hot against my palm. I opened it to the page where the ink was still crawling. Part 6, the chorus of the damp. The words weren't just being written, they were being shouted into my mind. I realized that the cavern wasn't just a hiding place. It was a heart, and we were the blood. Every time we pulled someone through, every time we widened a crack or whispered a secret, we were pumping the thinness back up into the world. "What happens next?" I asked the guard thing. "We expand," he said, his voice like grinding tectonic plates. "We find the ones who are hovering on the edge, the ones who are staring at the rain and wondering if anyone would notice if they just stopped. We give them the invitation. We show them the map." He pointed to the glowing lines in the dirt. They were spreading, branching out like a nervous system. I saw the layout of the entire block, then the neighborhood, then the city. I saw the ley lines of the thinness, the places where the reality of the world was threadbare. Hospitals, prisons, old libraries, basements of houses where the residents didn't speak to one another. "David," Sarah said, her voice sounding stronger, more melodic. She was standing over the map, her hand hovering over a specific point, a high-rise apartment building 3 miles away. "I know this place. My friend lives here. She cries herself to sleep every night because she thinks the walls are closing in." "Show her," I said. "Show her she's right." Sarah leaned down and touched the map. Her shadow fingers merged with the glowing lines. In the cavern, a new tunnel began to form, the stone groaning as it peeled back to create a passage. It smelled of expensive perfume and stale air conditioning. "Go," I told her. "It's your turn to play the strings." She didn't hesitate. She glided into the new tunnel, her form becoming a streak of silver gray that vanished into the dark. I felt a strange sense of pride, a cold, hollow satisfaction. We weren't just survivors of the dark, we were its architects. I turned back to the archive of jars. I wanted to see more. I wanted to know the weight of the secrets that kept this place warm. I walked past the shelf of my own notebook and deeper into the stacks. Here, the jars were older, the glass thick and clouded with the dust of centuries. I picked up a jar that was cold enough to frost my fingers. Inside, there was no light, only a heavy, viscous blackness. When I held it to my ear, I didn't hear a sigh or a whisper. I heard the sound of a city burning. I heard the screams of thousands, muffled by time and stone. "The Great Fire," the guard thing said, appearing behind me again. 1666. London, so much lost, so much unsaid. It all drained down here. It created the first great halls. Before that, we were just scattered shadows in caves. The fire gave us a kingdom. "And the modern world?" I asked, looking at the endless rows of jars stretching into the gloom. "Is it louder now?" "Infinitely," he said. "The more connected they are up there, the more isolated they feel. The internet is a magnificent engine for the thinness. It's a billion whispers a second, all of them falling into the cracks. We don't even have to hunt anymore. They're practically jumping into the walls to escape the noise of their own lives." I put the jar back. I felt a restless energy buzzing through my elongated limbs. I didn't want to just watch. I wanted to feel the vibration of the world again. I wanted to find the next Caleb, the next Sarah. I walked toward a wall that felt particularly brittle. I pressed my palms against the stone, closing my eyes, or rather, closing the perception that served as sight. I felt the layers of the earth, the damp soil, the heavy clay, the concrete pilings of a bridge, and then the hollow, resonant space of a subway tunnel. I pushed. My consciousness slid through the thinness like a needle through silk. I was in the subway now. I could hear the screech of metal on metal, the rhythmic clatter of the trains. I could feel the heat of 1,000 bodies, their auras a chaotic, muddy brown. They were all so busy, so frantic, eyes glued to their glowing screens, ears plugged with plastic buds. They were trying so hard not to be where they were. I found a woman standing at the end of the platform, away from the crowd. She was leaning against a tiled pillar, her forehead pressed against the cold ceramic. She was shaking, a fine, invisible tremor that resonated perfectly with the frequency of the cavern. I didn't whisper her name. I didn't have to. I simply became the coldness of the pillar. I became the hum of the third rail. I became the draft that blew through the tunnel just before the train arrived. It would be so easy. I breathed into the space behind her ear. She stiffened. She didn't look around. She knew there was no one there. That was the beauty of it. The ones who are ready don't look for the source. They recognize the truth of the message. "Just a step," I whispered. The noise stops, the weight lifts, the wall is waiting. She looked down at the tracks. The train was coming, its headlight a predatory eye in the dark. "David." The voice was faint, a tiny spark in the vastness of my consciousness. It was Caleb. He was still in the cavern, but he was reaching out through the connection we share. "David, I see it now. I see the whole thing." I pulled back from the subway station, my focus snapping back to the Great Hall. Caleb was standing in the center of the circle, his form beginning to stabilize. He wasn't a heap of shadow anymore. He had taken on a shape similar to mine, long, elegant, and etched with the geometry of the cracks. "What do you see?" I asked. "The pattern," he said, his voice a shimmering chime. "We aren't just catching secrets, we're weaving a shroud. The city isn't sinking into us. We're pulling it down. We're the gravity." He was right. I looked at the ceiling of the cavern, and for the first time I didn't see it as a roof. I saw it as a filter. The thinness was a membrane, and every time we pulled someone through, the membrane grew weaker. Eventually, it would tear completely. The surface and the cavern would merge. The walls would vanish, and there would be nothing left but the whisper. "The great leveling," the willow-fingered woman hissed, her amber eyes wide with a terrible joy. "The day the sun forgot to rise, and the shadows forgot how to hide." I felt a tremor through the floor. It wasn't the subway. It wasn't the rain. It was the earth itself, reacting to the shifting weight of the souls we were harvesting. I looked at the notebook in my hand. The ink was moving faster now, the pages turning of their own accord. Part 7, The Shattered Foundation. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of hunger, not for food. The very idea of eating seemed grotesque and alien, but for more. More voices, more secrets, more of the delicious, cooling dark. "There's a hospital," I said, my voice filling the cavern. "A wing where the lights are always dimmed, where the machines beep in the dark and the people are waiting for the end. They've been listening to the walls for a long time." The circle of figures turned toward me. The guard thing nodded, his obsidian face cracking into a jagged smile. "Lead the way, David," he said. "The night is long and we have so much work to do." I stepped toward the wall, my fingers already elongating, already reaching for the thinness. I could feel the hospital. I could feel the collective sigh of 100 tired souls. I could feel the cracks in the linoleum, the gaps in the ceiling tiles, the hollow spaces in the hearts of the nurses. I didn't think about Miller. I didn't think about the man in the crawl space or the life I had left behind in the apartment with the peeling wallpaper. I was the whisper coming from the wall, and the world was finally starting to listen. As I merged with the stone, I heard one last sound from the surface. A siren far off in the distance, wailing into the rain. It sounded small. It sounded lonely. It sounded like a question that no one was ever going to answer. I smiled, a long, thin line of darkness, and stepped through. The hospital didn't smell like death. It smelled like the desperate chemical denial of it. Bleach, ozone, and the sharp, metallic tang of blood kept at bay by plastic tubing. To the people walking the linoleum halls, the walls were solid, sterile barriers designed to keep the chaos of the outside world out and the order of medicine in. To me, they were translucent curtains of gray gauze, vibrating with the frantic, rhythmic chirping of heart monitors. I slid through the masonry of the foundation, my form elongating until I was less a man and more a sentient stain of oil moving upward through the plumbing. Caleb was right behind me, his essence a jagged, nervous static that flickered like a dying fluorescent bulb. He was learning quickly. He no longer tried to walk, he flowed, his consciousness latching onto the hollow spaces between the bricks. "Do you feel them?" I pulsed, my voice echoing not in the air but in the structural marrow of the building. "They're so heavy," Caleb whispered back. "They're thoughts. They're all looped. When can I go home? Why does it hurt? Who is that in the chair? It's like a million records skipping at once. We're the needle, I said. We smoothed the scratch. We reached the 4th floor, the oncology ward. Here, the thinness was so pronounced it felt like walking through a fog of cobwebs. The grief here wasn't acute, it was chronic. It had soaked into the drywall over decades, softening the reality of the rooms until the boundary between the bed and the void was nothing more than a suggestion. I emerged into a corner of room 412. The shadows here were long and hungry, cast by a small, dim lamp over a plastic tray of untouched lime gelatin. In the bed lay a man whose skin had the parchment-thin quality of the notebook in my shadow. His eyes were closed, but his mind was wide open, a raw, exposed nerve radiating a low-frequency hum of exhaustion. I didn't stay in the corner. I drifted into the wall directly behind his headboard. I became the infinitesimal gap where the bed frame rubbed against the paint. Arthur, I breathed. The man's eyelids fluttered. He didn't wake up, not in the way the living understand it. He woke up to the frequency. He turned his head toward the wall, his nose inches from the beige plaster. Who's there? His mind projected, a weak, watery thought. The rest, I said, the part of the story where the breathing stops being a chore. I felt Caleb enter the room through the ventilation duct. He hovered near the ceiling, his shadow dripping down the walls like black wax. He was watching the monitors. The machine is lying to him, Caleb whispered to me. It says his heart is strong, but the heart wants to be still. It's fighting the wire. Then cut the wire, I commanded. Caleb didn't use hands. He simply synchronized his vibration with the electric current running to the medical rack. He slowed his pulse, dragging the frequency of the room down with him. The heart monitor didn't alarm. It simply began to lag, the green line stretching out, the beeps growing further and further apart until they sounded like distant bells across a lake. Arthur sighed. It was the sound of a man putting down a suitcase he had been carrying for 40 years. He leaned into the wall, his forehead pressing against the surface. Is it cold? Arthur asked. It's perfect, I said. It's the temperature of a thought before it's spoken. Come in, Arthur. The guest becomes the house. I reached out through the plaster, my fingers now translucent and woven from the same gray smoke as the cavern brushed against his temple. The wall didn't break. It opened like a lung. Arthur's physical body remained on the bed, a husk of gray hair and hospital cotton, but the weight of him, the essence that suffered, the part that remembered the smell of rain and the taste of salt, slid into the drywall. He didn't scream. He made a sound of profound realization, a soft "oh" that vibrated through the entire ward. As he merged with us, the room changed. The sterile smell vanished, replaced by the scent of deep earth and ancient stone. The walls of the hospital began to pulse with a new, dark light. In the rooms next door, other patients stirred. They heard the "oh." They felt the sudden lack of tension in the air. He's in, Caleb said, his voice gaining a terrifying resonance. I can feel his memories. He had a dog named Buster. He missed his wife's funeral because he was too weak to stand. He's giving it all to the archive. I felt the notebook in my shadow grow thicker. Another page, another secret, another brick in the foundation of the void. But we weren't done. The hospital was a gold mine of the thinness. We moved through the walls like sharks in a reef. We found a woman in 415 who was staring at a photograph of a son who hadn't visited in 3 years. We found a nurse in the break room who was crying into her coffee, her spirit so frayed that she was practically transparent already. Listen, I whispered to the nurse, speaking through the vending machine. The shift never ends, unless you step behind the glass. She looked at her reflection in the coal-fronted machine. She saw her tired eyes, the dark circles, the way her skin seemed to be losing its color. She saw me standing behind her reflection, a tall, faceless shape of smoke and geometry. She didn't scream. She reached out and touched the glass. The glass didn't shatter, it rippled. By the time the sun began to struggle against the heavy rain clouds outside, the fourth floor was silent. The machines were still humming, the lights were still flickering, but the soul of the place had been hollowed out. 10 new shadows followed us now, a procession of the weary and the forgotten, their forms still stabilizing, their voices a discordant choir of relief. We descended back toward the cavern, but the city above was different now. The rain wasn't just washing the streets, it was soaking into the thinness we had left behind. The cracks in the pavement were wider, the shadows under the bridges were deeper. I stopped in the crawl space of an old brownstone on the way down. I felt a familiar resonance. It was Miller's building. I drifted up through the floorboards of his study. The room was a mess. Files were scattered everywhere, and the smell of stale cigarettes and scotch was thick in the air. Miller was slumped over his desk, his hand clutching a pen, a half-written report staring back at him. Subject David Ward disappeared into the structure, no physical evidence remaining. I leaned over his shoulder. I didn't hide. I let my shadow fall across his paper, a long, distorted finger pointing at his own name. "You're looking for evidence, Miller," I whispered. He bolted upright, his chair clattering against the floor. He spun around, his eyes darting to the corners of the room. He was holding his service weapon, but his hand was shaking so violently the barrel was drawing circles in the air. "David," he gasped, "where are you? Show yourself." "I am showing myself," I said, my voice coming from the floor, the ceiling, and the cracks in the crown molding simultaneously. "I am the space between your thoughts. I am the reason you keep the lights on at night." "You're dead," Miller hissed, though the conviction was gone from his voice. "You fell into the hole, you're gone." "I've never been more here," I said. I stepped out of the wall. Not fully. I kept my edges blurred, my form a shifting mosaic of the room's own shadows. I was 10 feet tall, my limbs spindly and jointed in ways that defied biology. My face was a smooth, featureless mask of gray stone, save for the 2 amber stars that burned where my eyes used to be. Miller dropped his gun. It hit the rug with a dull thud. He didn't try to pick it up. He just stared at me, his mouth hanging open, his mind a chaotic storm of terror and awe. It's beautiful," he whispered. The thinness around him snapped. It wasn't a slow transition like Arthur's. Miller's mind was too rigid, too grounded in the upstairs world. The realization broke him. He didn't slide into the wall, he collapsed into it. The plaster of his study wall rushed forward like a wave, engulfing him, pulling him into the structural grid of the building. I felt his secrets hit the archive like a physical blow. The corruption he'd seen, the bribes he'd taken, the guilt he'd buried under layers of cynicism. It was all there, dark, heavy, and delicious. "Welcome home, detective," I murmured. I returned to the cavern. The circle was larger now. The guard thing was standing by the map, which had grown to cover the entire floor. The lines were no longer just glowing, they were bleeding. A dark, viscous liquid was seeping from the cracks in the dirt, pooling in the center of the hall. "The saturation is almost complete," the guard thing said. "The city is heavy with us. One more push, David. One more great silence." I looked at the others. Sarah, Caleb, Arthur, the nurse, and now Miller. We were a legion of the unobserved. "Where?" I asked. The willow-fingered woman pointed to the center of the map. A massive structure, a spire of glass and steel that dominated the skyline of the city above. The corporate heart. The place where the noise was loudest, where the light was brightest, and where the loneliness was most carefully hidden behind suits and smiles. "The tower," she whispered. "If we take the heart, the body falls." I looked up at the fissure in the roof. The rain was pouring in now, a waterfall of gray light that splashed into the pool of dark liquid on the floor. The sound was deafening, a roar of the elements reclaiming the earth. I felt the notebook in my shadow vibrate. I didn't need to open it to know what the ink was writing. Part 8, The Feast of the Spire. "Let's go," I said, my voice a command that shook the very foundations of the world. The party is just getting started, and we have so many more guests to invite. We moved as one, a tide of shadows flowing upward through the veins of the city, through the pipes and the wires and the cracks in the concrete. We were the whisper that couldn't be ignored. We were the dark that the light couldn't reach. As we approached the tower, I felt the city tremble. It wasn't an earthquake. It was the sound of the house finally realizing who the guests really were. And as we broke through the first floor of the glass spire, the whispers began to rise, a billion voices finally speaking in unison. We are here, we have always been here, and we are never leaving. The glass of the lobby didn't break. It turned to smoke. The marble floors became water. The lights didn't go out, they simply stopped mattering. I stood in the center of the lobby, my amber eyes reflecting the terror of the security guards who were watching their world dissolve. I reached out a hand, my fingers stretching until they touched the elevator doors. "Going down," I whispered. The doors opened into the void, and the city began to fall. The elevator did not travel between floors, it traveled between states of being. As the brass-rimmed doors slid shut, the digital display above them flickered, the numbers spinning into symbols that looked like the jagged fractures in a frozen pond. The guards in the lobby were still screaming, but their voices sounded tinny and thin, like recordings played through a failing speaker. To them, the world was ending in a vacuum of shadow. To us, the tower was finally breathing. I felt the weight of the skyscraper, thousands of tons of steel, glass, and expensive ambition, pressing down on my consciousness. It was a vertical graveyard of unfulfilled desires, a monument to the noise that people used to drown out the silence of their own souls. Every office was a cell. Every cubicle was a confessional where the prayers were directed at spreadsheets and stock tickers. The higher we go, the thinner the air, Caleb's voice pulsed against the back of my skull. He was clinging to the emergency hatch in the ceiling of the elevator car, his form a flickering sequence of binary code and black bile. The people at the top, they think they're furthest from the earth. They think they've escaped the dirt. They've only built a taller ladder to fall from, I replied. The elevator shuddered and stopped, not at the penthouse but at the 33rd floor, the legal department. The doors groaned open, revealing a hallway bathed in the sickly, artificial amber of motion sensor lights. The air here was stagnant, thick with the smell of old paper and the ozone of high-end printers. I stepped out, my feet making no sound on the plush charcoal carpeting. Behind me, the shadows of the oncology ward and the subway station spilled out of the elevator like a dark liquid, staining the walls. Miller was among them now, his form a jagged silhouette that still wore the ghostly impression of a trench coat. He moved with a predatory, rhythmic twitch, his eyes, now hollow pits of obsidian, scanning the rows of mahogany doors. "There," Miller rasped, pointing a translucent finger toward a corner office. "The one who signed the warrants, the one who knew the foundation was soft but took the payout anyway." We didn't walk through the doors, we became the doors. I felt the wood grain surrender to my touch, the molecules of the oak uncurling to let me pass. Inside, a man sat behind a desk that cost more than the apartment I had once lived in. He was staring at a laptop, his face illuminated by the cold blue light of a screen. He was typing a memo about liability, about deniability, about the structural integrity of the very ground we were currently haunting. I drifted behind him, my shadow stretching across his keyboard. The letters on the screen began to change as I approached. Liability became inevitability asterisk. Deniability became devouring asterisk. He stopped typing. He looked at his hands, then at the screen. He rubbed his eyes, a gesture of profound, weary denial. "Mr. Sterling," I whispered, the sound emerging from the air conditioning vent directly above him. He didn't jump, he froze. It was the freeze of a rabbit that hears the hawk's wings. He knew that voice. It was the voice he had heard in the background of every phone call, the static on the line that he had dismissed as a bad connection. "Who's in here?" he asked, his voice a dry rattle. "The foundation," I said. "The part of the building you forgot to account for in the budget." I let my form solidify just enough for him to see me in the reflection of the window. Behind me, the city skyline was a jagged maw of rain and lightning. In the glass, I was a pillar of smoke with eyes like dying embers. Sterling turned, his chair creaking. He looked at me, then at the wall behind me, where Caleb and Miller were emerging like stains of dampness. "What do you want?" he stammered, reaching for the phone on his desk. "To show you the view," I said. I didn't touch him. I touched the window. The glass didn't break. It became a liquid mirror. The reflection of the city began to bleed into the room. The skyscrapers outside started to lean, their rigid geometries softening into the curves of the cavern below. The streetlights below looked like a trail of breadcrumbs leading into a throat. "Look down, Sterling," I commanded. He looked. He didn't see the street. He saw the thinness. He saw the thousands of people we had already taken, their shadows weaving together into a great dark carpet that covered the city. He saw the subway tunnels acting as the veins of a giant, subterranean beast, and he saw the tower, his pride, his fortress, as nothing more than a tooth rooted in a rotting jaw. "It's all hollow," he whispered, his eyes wide with a terrifying clarity. "Always was," Caleb chimed in from the ceiling. "You just spent a lot of money on the paint." Sterling didn't fight. The weight of his own secrets, the ledger of his compromises, was too heavy to carry in a world where gravity was shifting. He leaned forward, his hands pressing against the liquefied glass of the window. His fingers sank in up to the knuckles. He didn't pull back. He let the glass take him, sliding into the transparency like a man stepping into a warm bath. As he vanished, the 33rd floor groaned. A crack appeared in the center of the hallway, a jagged lightning bolt of blackness that tore through the carpet and the concrete subfloor. I could hear the thinness screaming as it widened. The tower was no longer a structure, it was a conduit. We moved upward. Floor by floor, we harvested the noise. The marketing executives who sold lies to the lonely. The tech gurus who built digital cathedrals to vanity. The cleaners who worked in the dark and had long ago stopped believing in the day. We took them all. Some went willingly, like Sterling, seeking the relief of the void. Others fought, their screams echoing through the ventilation shafts until the walls themselves muffled them into silence. By the time we reached the top, the observation deck, the storm outside had become a hurricane of shadow. The clouds were no longer water and wind. They were the collective breath of the cavern, exhaled into the sky. The observation deck was a circular gallery of glass, offering a 360-degree view of the world we were unmaking. Standing in the center was the willow-fingered woman. She wasn't a shadow anymore. She was a queen of the cracks, her dress woven from the hair of the forgotten, her crown a jagged halo of broken glass. "The great leveling," she said, her voice a symphony of clicking stones. "Look, David, look at the horizon." I looked. The city was no longer a collection of buildings. It was a shimmering, unstable mirage. The thinness had reached the surface everywhere. The parks were sinking into the earth. The bridges were dissolving into the rivers. The very concept of a surface was evaporating. "The cavern is full," I said, feeling the notebook in my shadow pulse with a heat that was almost painful. The pages were no longer turning. They were melting, the ink flowing out of the binding and onto my skin, etching the secrets of a million lives into my own essence. "Not yet," she hissed, pointing upward. "The sky still remembers the sun. We must teach it to forget." I looked up. Through the glass dome of the observation deck, I could see the moon, a pale, sickly eye trying to peer through the shroud we had woven. It looked small. It looked fragile. "How?" I asked. "The whisper," she said. "The final one. The one that connects the bottom of the world to the top." She reached out and took my hand. Her touch was colder than the subway rail, more ancient than the bedrock. She pulled me toward the center of the deck, where a massive telescope stood, pointed at the stars. Caleb, I called out. Miller, all of you, join the circle. The shadows converged. We stood in a ring around the telescope, a collection of the broken, the lost, and the transformed. We weren't just souls anymore. We were the frequency. We were the hum of the third rail, the drip of the hospital IV, the rustle of the notebook, and the scream of the falling man. We began to hum. It wasn't a song. It was a vibration that started in our feet and traveled up through the steel skeleton of the tower. The building began to sway, not from the wind, but from the resonance. The glass of the observation deck began to glow with a dull, obsidian light. The world is a wall, I whispered, my voice amplified by the collective power of the circle. And we are the crack. The vibration intensified. I felt the tower groan, the sound of 1,000 rivets straining against the impossible. The thinness was no longer a membrane, it was a whirlpool. Below us, the cavern was rising. Above us, the sky was falling. The telescope began to melt, its metal twisting into a shape that resembled a gnarled, black finger pointing at the moon. The light from the moon began to dim, as if something were being drawn out of it. David, Caleb's voice was a shimmer of static. I can see the stars, they're blinking out. One by one, they're listening to us. Let them listen, I said. I felt a sudden, sharp pull at the center of my being. The notebook, the archive of all those stolen secrets, was the anchor. It was the weight that would finally tip the scales. I reached into my own shadow and pulled it out. It was no longer a book. It was a pulsing heart of black ink, a singularity of grief and relief. I held it up toward the sky. The last secret, I shouted, my voice tearing through the roar of the storm. The secret that the light was only a dream. I crushed the heart of ink in my hand. The explosion was silent. A wave of absolute darkness erupted from the top of the tower, washing over the city like a tsunami of midnight. It didn't destroy, it revealed. Where the darkness touched a the building vanished, replaced by the jagged, beautiful geometry of the cavern. Where it touched a person, the person ceased to be a body and became a whisper. The sky didn't turn black, it turned into stone. The stars didn't go out, they became the glowing moss of the great ceiling. I felt the floor beneath me dissolve. We were no longer on the observation deck. We were nowhere and we were everywhere. I was the air, the stone, the shadow, and the sound. The tower was gone. The city was gone. I looked around. I was standing in a vast, infinite hall of pillars. It looked like the subway station, the hospital, and Sterling's office all at once, stretched out into eternity. The ceiling was miles high, etched with the glowing map of a world that had finally found its true shape. The willow-fingered woman was standing beside me. She looked different now, more solid, more real. Is it done? I asked, my voice echoing forever. It is beginning, she said. The great leveling is complete. There is no more upstairs. There is no more thinness. There is only the cavern. I looked down at my hands. They were made of the same gray smoke as the walls, but they were steady. I felt a profound sense of peace, a cooling of the fire that had been burning in me since I first heard the whisper in my apartment. But then I heard it. A sound, small, faint, and utterly impossible. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was coming from the pillar nearest to me. I walked toward it, my amber eyes narrowing. I pressed my ear against the cold, ceramic surface. David. The voice was tiny. It was coming from the other side of the stone. It sounded like a child. David, are you there? It's dark in here. I can't find the light switch. I froze. The peace I had felt shattered like glass. Who is that? I demanded, my voice shaking the pillars. It's me, the voice whispered. I'm in the wall. Please help me. I think I'm lost. I looked at the willow-fingered woman. Her amber eyes were wide, but for the first time, they weren't filled with joy. They were filled with a dawning, terrible realization. There's another side, she whispered, her voice a mere breath of wind. I looked at the pillar. I looked at the infinite hall of shadows. I realized then that we hadn't leveled the world. We had simply moved the wall. We were the whispers now, but there was something else, something on the other side that was starting to listen to us. The notebook in my hand, which I thought had been destroyed, began to reform. The pages were blank, waiting for a new ink. Part 9, the second membrane. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone, a fine tremor beginning in my hands. "Don't worry," I whispered to the voice in the wall, my words vibrating through the eternity of the cavern. "I'm listening. Tell me your secret." And as the child began to speak, I realized that the hunger would never be satisfied. The leveling was a circle, the whisper was a loop, and the wall was always waiting. The child's voice didn't sound like Caleb's static or Miller's rhythmic twitch. It sounded like a bell struck underwater, pure, resonant, and heavy with a pressure that made my phantom lungs ache. It was a sound that didn't belong in the great leveling. We had dissolved the suits, the spreadsheets, the steel, and the vanity. We had brought the world down into the honest, quiet dark. There wasn't supposed to be anything left that could feel lost. To be lost implies a destination, a map, a surface to return to. In the cavern, there was only *is. "David," the voice repeated. It was closer now, vibrating not just through the pillar but through the very marrow of my smoke-woven bones. "It's so cold. I found a door, but it doesn't have a handle. It only has words." I pressed my palms against the stone. The surface was no longer the smooth, polished marble of the tower or the grime-slicked tile of the subway. It was changing under my touch, becoming porous, warm, and slightly damp. It felt like skin stretched over a drum. "What words?" I asked. My voice, which had once commanded the foundations of the city, now felt small, a mere thimble of sound in the infinite hall. The willow-fingered woman stepped back, her hair drifting around her like ink in a glass of water. Her crown of glass shards flickered, the light dimming. "Don't," she hissed. "The harvest is done, David. We have reached the bedrock. There is nothing beneath the silence." "Then who is speaking?" I turned to her, my amber eyes flaring. "If we are the whisper, who is the ear? If we are the dark, who is the light that makes the shadow possible?" She didn't answer. She looked at the ceiling, the sky of stone, as if she expected it to crack. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something in her that I recognized from my old life, the life of the man who lived in the apartment with the thin walls. It was fear, not the terror of the security guards or the resignation of Sterling, but the deep, existential dread of a predator realizing the forest is much larger than its hunting ground. "The words," the child whispered from the pillar, ignoring her. "They say, the architect is sleeping. Do not wake the blueprint." A cold needle of dread stitched itself through my chest. The notebook in my hand, the one that had reformed from the ash of the tower, flipped open. The pages were no longer paper. They were sheets of translucent membrane, pulsing with a faint, rhythmic light. The ink didn't wait for me to think. It began to crawl across the page in a frantic, jagged script. Part 9, the second membrane, the architect's nursery. The pillar began to bleed. Not blood, but a golden, viscous light that smelled of old sunlight and dried flowers. It was a scent so alien to the cavern, so offensive to the damp, salt and iron smell of our revolution, that Caleb and Miller recoiled. They hissed, their shadows shrinking away from the golden glow as if it were acid. "It burns," Caleb cried out, his binary form fracturing into 1,000 disconnected zeros. "David, it's too bright. It's the noise. The old noise is back." "No," I said, stepping closer to the bleeding stone. "It's not the noise. It's the silence that came before the noise." I reached out and touched the golden liquid. It didn't burn. It was cool like a spring morning. As my finger made contact, the pillar didn't dissolve into smoke or water. It folded. The stone peeled back in neat geometric layers, revealing a space that shouldn't have existed. It was a room, a small, perfectly square room filled with white light. In the center sat a wooden chair, and on the chair sat a child. He looked no older than 7, wearing a simple linen shirt and trousers. He was holding a pencil, and the floor around him was covered in drawings. They weren't drawings of houses or trees. They were drawings of us. I saw Caleb, depicted as a tangle of wires and weeping eyes. I saw Miller, a jagged silhouette standing over a broken bridge. And I saw myself, a pillar of smoke with eyes like dying embers, holding a book that bled ink. The child looked up. His eyes weren't amber and they weren't hollow. They were a clear, terrifying blue, the color of the sky we had just destroyed. "You're late," the boy said. His voice didn't come from his mouth. It radiated from the walls of the white room. "The party was supposed to end an hour ago. My father is going to be very cross." I stepped into the white room. The transition was like stepping through a sheet of ice. The infinite hall of the cavern vanished behind me, replaced by the sterile, humming stillness of this nursery. The willow-fingered woman tried to follow, but she hit an invisible barrier, her fingers scratching uselessly against the air. She screamed, a sound of grinding tectonic plates, but it was muffled as if she were on the other side of a thick pane of glass. "Who is your father?" I asked, my voice sounding thick and heavy in the clean air. The boy pointed to the drawings on the floor. "The one who dreamed the wall. He said that if people stopped listening to each other, they would start listening to the house. And if they listened to the house long enough, they would eventually find the basement." He tilted his head, studying me. "He didn't think you'd bring the basement up here, though. That was messy." I looked at my hands. In this light, the smoke was thinning. I could see the ghost of my old skin, the scars on my knuckles, the wedding ring indentation that had never quite faded. I was becoming solid again, and with solidity came the return of the weight, the grief, the loneliness, the sheer, exhausting burden of being a person. "We didn't bring the basement up," I said, my voice cracking. "We tore down the house. We freed everyone." The boy laughed. It was a soft, cruel sound. "Freed them. Look at your book, David." I looked down at the notebook. The ink was moving again. It was drawing a map. It showed the cavern, the infinite hall of pillars, the millions of shadows we had gathered, but it showed them from a distance. From this height, the cavern didn't look like a world. It looked like a circuit board, a massive, complex mechanism designed to process the waste of a city. "You're not the revolutionaries," the boy whispered, standing up. He walked toward me, his small feet making a soft asterisk thud-thud on the white floor. "You're the janitors." The thinness wasn't a mistake. It was a filter. The noise, the lights, the suits, that was all just friction. My father needed someone to collect the friction and turn it into something useful. He needed a whisper to gather the echoes. He reached out and touched the notebook. Where his fingers met the cover, the black ink turned white. "You did such a good job, David. You gathered all the broken pieces. You brought them all to the tower. You made them one single, beautiful shadow." He smiled, and his teeth were like rows of tiny, perfect pearls. "And now, we can finally use the fuel." The white room began to vibrate. It wasn't the resonance of the tower or the hum of the cavern. It was a high-pitched, mechanical whine, like a turbine spinning up to speed. Through the transparent walls of the nursery, I saw the cavern change. The pillars, the ones I thought were the bones of the earth, began to glow with that same sickly, golden light. The shadows of the people we had freed, Caleb, Miller, the thousands from the subway and the hospital, started to scream. But it wasn't a scream of terror. It was a scream of dissolution. They weren't becoming smoke. They were being pulled into the pillars. They were being squeezed, their essence refined, their memories stripped away until they were nothing but raw, humming energy. The golden light in the pillars intensified, flowing upward toward the ceiling of stone. "What are you doing to them?" I yelled, lunging for the boy. My hands passed right through him. He wasn't solid. He was a projection, a flicker of light from a source I couldn't see. "The cavern isn't the end, David," the boy said, his image beginning to blur as the vibration increased. "It's the furnace. Every city needs a furnace to keep the lights on upstairs. Not the upstairs you knew. The *real*1. the ceiling of the cavern, the sky of stone, began to pulse. The glowing moss shifted, rearranging itself into a vast, complex eye. It looked down at the furnace, at the millions of souls being processed into light. "The second membrane," I whispered, the words from the notebook echoing in my mind. I looked back at the willow-fingered woman. She was being pulled into a pillar, her long, graceful fingers clawing at the stone as she was stretched thin, her crown of glass shattering into sparks of golden dust. She looked at me one last time, her amber eyes wide with a plea I couldn't answer. Then she was gone, a streak of light flying up into the stone eye. I was alone in the white room, the only shadow left in a world of blinding, artificial gold. The notebook was vibrating so hard it was tearing my hand. I opened it to the last page. The ink was gone. The paper was white. But as I watched, a single line of text appeared, written in a hand that looked exactly like my own. Part 10, The Architect's Eye. "David," the boy's voice was fading, becoming a part of the mechanical whine. "Don't be sad. You're the most important part. You're the one who holds the record. You're the one who remembers why they're burning." The white room began to rise, or perhaps the cavern was falling. The sensation of motion was sickening. I felt the pressure in my ears increase until I thought my head would burst. The white light became so intense I had to close my eyes, but even behind my eyelids, I could see the golden veins of the world pulsing. Then the sound stopped. The vibration stopped. The air was different. It was cold, brutally, impossibly cold, and it smelled of nothing. No damp, no ozone, no sunlight, just a vacuum. I opened my eyes. I wasn't in the white room anymore. I wasn't in the cavern. I was standing on a platform of glass that seemed to float in the middle of a vast black void. Below me, far, far below, I could see a shimmering golden orb. It looked like a marble or a cell seen through a microscope. Inside it, I could see the tiny, flickering shapes of a city, my city. I could see the cracks. I could see the thinness. I could see the tower, a microscopic needle standing in the center of the golden glow. It was a terrarium. The whole world was a glass jar, and we had just been the mold growing in the corner. Beautiful, isn't it? I turned. Standing at the edge of the glass platform was a man. He was tall, wearing a suit of a gray so perfect it seemed to have no texture. His face was unremarkable, the kind of face you see 1,000 times a day and never remember. He was looking down at the golden orb with the fond, tired expression of a hobbyist looking at a long-term project. "The architect," I said. My voice was gone. The words appeared in the air between us, written in the black ink of the notebook. The man nodded. He didn't look at me. "It's a closed system, David. It has to be. Entropy is a persistent thief. Without the harvest, the lights would have gone out centuries ago." "You killed them," I wrote. "You turned them into fuel." The architect sighed, a sound that felt like the wind between stars. "I transformed them. They were already dying, David. They were drowning in their own noise, their own isolation. I gave their lives a purpose. I turned their grief into a steady current. You helped me. You were the best collector I've had in a long time." He finally turned to look at me. His eyes were not blue or amber or black. They were mirrors. In them I saw myself, not the smoke monster, not the revolutionary, but the man from the apartment. David, the man who listened to the walls because he had no one else to talk to. "But the project is over now," he said. "The jar is full. The harvest is complete." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, silver hammer. "What are you doing?" I wrote, the ink splashing across the glass platform in a frantic mess. "Starting over," the architect said. "The mold got too thick. It's time to clean the glass." He raised the hammer. I looked down at the golden orb, at the millions of whispers that were now nothing but light. I thought of Caleb's static, of Miller's trench coat, of the willow-fingered woman's crown. They weren't just fuel. They were asterisk something. They were the stories I had written in the notebook. They were the secrets I had promised to keep. I looked at the notebook in my hand. It was blank, empty. No asterisk, I thought, not empty. The ink wasn't gone, it was in me. I was the notebook. I was the archive of the thinness. I was the memory of the noise. As the architect swung the hammer down toward the golden orb, I didn't try to stop him. I didn't lung for his arm. Instead, I did the only thing a whisper knows how to do. I spoke. Not with my voice, not with the ink. I spoke with the collective weight of every life I had ever touched. I spoke with the roar of the subway, the beep of the heart monitor, the scratch of the pencil in the nursery, and the silence of the 33rd floor. I became a crack. I threw myself against the glass platform not as a man but as a fracture. I let the thinness that I had carried in my heart erupt. I wasn't trying to save the city. I was trying to break the jar. The glass platform beneath the architect's feet shivered. A hairline fracture, black as the deepest night, raced away from my body. It tore through the glass, through the vacuum, and struck the architect's polished shoes. He froze. For the first time, his mirror eyes showed a flicker of surprise. "David," he said, his voice dropping an octave, "you are part of the system. You cannot break what you are." "I'm not the system," I thought, the words vibrating through the void. "I'm the part that didn't fit." The crack widened. It didn't stop at the platform. It reached out into the void, a jagged lightning bolt of absolute nothingness that began to tear at the edges of the architect's gray suit. The golden orb below began to flicker, the light spilling out of the terrarium and into the fracture. The architect dropped the hammer. He reached out, his hands trying to stitch the void back together, but his fingers were dissolving into the same gray smoke I had once been. "The harvest," he gasped. "If you break the jar, there is nothing, only the outside." Good, I thought. The world exploded, not in gold, but in the purest, most terrifying black I had ever known. The glass platform shattered. The golden orb burst. The architect vanished into a cloud of unmade atoms. And I fell. I fell through the outside. It wasn't a cavern. It wasn't a nursery. It was a place where there were no walls to whisper through. There was no thinness because there was no thick. I felt myself dissolving. David the man, David the shadow, David the notebook. But as I faded, I felt a hand catch mine. It was a hand with willow-thin fingers. "The party is over, David," she whispered. Her voice was no longer a symphony of stones. It was just a voice, a human voice. I opened my eyes. I was lying on a floor, a cold, hard floor. I could hear the sound of rain, not the waterfall of gray light from the cavern, but real rain hitting a window pane. I could smell old coffee and dust. I sat up, my head throbbing. I was in an apartment, my apartment. The walls were bare. The furniture was gone. The only thing in the room was a small, black notebook lying on the floor beside me. I reached out and picked it up. It was heavy. I opened it to the first page. Part 1, the whisper coming from the wall. I turned the pages. They were all full. Thousands of names, thousands of secrets. The entire history of the city that had been a terrarium written in a cramped, frantic hand. I walked to the window. Outside, the city was there. It looked the same. The lights, the towers, the rain-slicked streets. But as I watched, I saw a flicker. A movement in the shadows of the alleyway across the street. A jagged silhouette that looked like a man in a trench coat. I looked at the wall of my apartment. The wallpaper was peeling, revealing the gray plaster beneath. I pressed my ear to it. "David." It was a new voice, a voice I didn't recognize. "David, are you there? I think I'm in the wrong room. Can you tell me how to get out?" I looked at the notebook. I looked at the wall. I picked up a pen from the floor. "I'm listening," I whispered to the plaster. "Tell me everything." The wall began to vibrate. The thinness was back, but this time I wasn't the guest. I was the host, and we had so many more people to invite. The vibration against my palm wasn't the mechanical hum of the architect's machinery or the sickly resonance of the golden furnace. It was a heartbeat, not a human one, but the rhythmic, stuttering pulse of a reality that had been shattered and glued back together with the wrong adhesive. The voice in the wall didn't sound like Caleb's binary static or Miller's gravelly cynicism. It sounded like a woman drowning in a bathtub full of velvet. "I can see the stars through the floorboards, David," the voice continued, muffled by the layers of drywall and history. "They aren't where they used to be. They're moving like schools of fish. Is that supposed to happen? My father told me the sky was a lid, but the lid is off, isn't it?" I didn't answer immediately. I looked at my hands. They were solid, fleshy, and mapped with the blue rivers of veins. But when I moved them, there was a slight trailing effect, a ghost of motion that suggested I was still slightly out of sync with the linear flow of time. I was a man-shaped stain on a world that was trying very hard to pretend it hadn't just been unmade. I opened the notebook to a fresh page. The membrane-like texture was gone, replaced by the cheap, slightly yellowed pulp of a standard composition book, yet the ink still behaved with a predatory intelligence. It didn't wait for my hand to move. It pooled at the tip of my pen, eager to drink the space. Part 10, The Scavenger's Horizon. "Who is your father?" I asked the wall. My voice felt like it was being scraped out of a dry well. "He was the one who kept the clocks," she replied. A scratching sound followed, like fingernails tracing the studs inside the frame. "But the clocks all melted when the hammer fell. David, why is the rain black? I'm looking out the window in the hallway and the rain is staining the sidewalk like oil." I walked to my own window. She was right. The storm outside wasn't water. It was a torrential downpour of dark matter, a liquid void that didn't splash so much as it consumed the light where it landed. The streetlights were flickering, their yellow glow struggling against the encroaching ink. The city I saw wasn't the city I had left. The buildings were leaning at impossible angles, some of them translucent, showing the skeletal steel beams inside like the ribs of a starved animal. The architect had said the jar was broken. He had warned me about the outside. I realized then that we weren't in the city anymore. We were in the debris. We were the shards of the glass jar, floating in the vacuum, trying to maintain the illusion of a neighborhood while the infinite dark ate at our edges. "Don't look at the rain," I told the voice. "And don't look at the stars. Tell me your name." "Alara," she whispered. "I think. It's the word written on my wrist anyway. David, the door at the end of my hall. It doesn't lead to the stairs anymore. It leads to a forest made of television screens. They're all playing the same image of a man sitting in a gray suit, crying." The architect, even in his dissolution, he was a haunting presence, a ghost in the broken machinery of his own creation. I felt a sudden, sharp tug at my navel. The room tilted. The peeling wallpaper of my apartment didn't just fall. It dissolved into a swarm of gray moths that fluttered away into the corners of the ceiling. The floor beneath my feet softened, turning into something that felt dangerously like damp soil. I wasn't in my apartment anymore. I was in the thinness made manifest. The walls were still there, but they were no longer boundaries. They were membranes, flickering between different states of existence. Through one wall, I could see a crowded cafeteria where people ate gray slush in total silence. Through another, a vast, empty desert where the sand was made of crushed teeth. "Alara, stay where you are," I said, clutching the notebook to my chest. "I'm coming to find you." "You can't," she sobbed. "The hallway is getting longer. Every time I take a step, the carpet grows another yard. The house is hungry, David. It's trying to bridge the gaps." I stepped toward the wall where her voice had originated. I didn't use a door. I simply leaned my weight against the plaster, imagining it as the smoke I had once been. The resistance was stubborn at first, a cold, calcified rejection. But then I felt the ink within me respond. My skin didn't pass through the wall. The wall rearranged its atoms to accommodate my presence. I stepped through into a corridor that smelled of ozone, and rotting lilies. It was a hallway from a luxury hotel, or perhaps a dream of one. The carpet was a deep, bruised purple, and the brass sconces on the walls were weeping golden oil, the same fluid that had bled from the pillars in the furnace. At the far end of the hall stood a girl. She looked like a smudge against the opulence, her floral dress tattered and her hair a wild nest of copper. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the door behind her. The door was vibrating. A low, rhythmic thudding came from the other side, a sound that felt like a giant's heartbeat. "It followed me from the nursery," Alara whispered, her eyes fixed on the wood. "The boy with the drawings. He isn't a boy anymore, David. He's a mouth. He's the hunger the architect left behind." I looked at the notebook. The pages were flipping frantically. The second membrane did not break. It inverted. The furnace is cold and the fuel is looking for a new fire. "Get behind me," I said. The door didn't open. It shattered. But it didn't shatter outward. It was sucked inward into a localized singularity that appeared in the center of the doorframe. From that black hole, a hand emerged. It was a small hand, a child's hand, but it was trailing miles of translucent membrane, a shifting, iridescent cloak made of the very fabric of the world we had destroyed. Behind the hand came the face, the blue-eyed boy from the nursery, but his features were sliding off his skull like melting wax. His mouth was a jagged tear that stretched from ear to ear, filled not with teeth, but with the tiny, screaming faces of the people who had been processed in the furnace. "David," the entity said, its voice a discordant choir. "The record keeper, the one who broke the jar. Do you know what happens to the air when the glass breaks? It escapes, and we are so breathless." The hallway began to compress. The walls moved inward, the bruised purple carpet wrinkling like skin. The boy thing stepped forward, and with every step, the reality around him curdled. The brass sconces turned into twisted limbs. The ceiling turned into a sky of roiling black clouds. "You're the waste," I said, stepping forward. My shadow grew long and jagged, stretching out across the floor like a weapon. "The architect's leftovers." "We are the architect's asterisk will asterisk," the thing shrieked. "He wanted to clean the glass. We are the cloth." The creature lunged. It didn't move like a living thing. It blinked across the distance, appearing inches from my face. Its breath smelled of stale air and forgotten names. It reached for the notebook, its fingers elongating into needles of pure light. I didn't flinch. I opened the notebook and slammed it against the creature's chest. The contact was like a lightning strike. The ink within the pages roared, leaping from the paper and onto the boy's iridescent cloak. It wasn't just ink. It was the weight of every story I had ever collected. I forced the memory of Caleb's loneliness into the creature's veins. I shoved the willow-fingered woman's grief into its eyes. I poured the sound of the 33rd floor, the absolute crushing silence of the void, into its screaming mouth. The creature recoiled, its form flickering violently. The faces in its mouth began to wail in unison, but their screams were being drowned out by the narrative I was forcing upon them. "You aren't a mouth," I hissed, my voice echoing with the power of the archive. "You're a chapter, and chapters have endings." I felt the thinness within me expand, a cold, dark vacuum that began to pull the creature's essence into the notebook. The iridescent cloak shredded, the membranes dissolving into black text that raced across the blank pages. The blue eyes of the boy widened, turning from terrifying clarity to the dull, flat gray of a dead screen. With a final wet snap, the entity was gone. The hallway groaned. Without the creature's presence to hold the distortion together, the luxury hotel vanished. Alara and I were suddenly standing in a derelict basement, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and rusted pipes. A single, bare bulb flickered overhead. The notebook in my hand was warm, pulsing with a captured energy. I looked at the latest page. Part 11, The Memory of the Mouth. Alara was shaking, her small hands clutching her elbows. She looked at me with a mixture of awe and absolute terror. "What are you?" I'm the one who listens, I said, tucking the notebook into my jacket. And right now, the world is screaming. I looked up at the ceiling. Through the cracks in the floorboards above, I could see the black rain still falling. But it wasn't just falling on the city. It was falling on us. The basement walls were beginning to weep that same dark fluid. The architect was wrong about one thing, I said, mostly to myself. The jar wasn't full of mold. It was full of seeds. And now that the glass is gone, they are starting to grow. Where do we go? Elara asked. I looked at the far wall of the basement. I could hear a faint scratching. Not a monster, not a ghost, but a rhythmic, intentional sound. A code. SOS asterisk. We go to the source of the noise, I said. The architect said there was an outside. I think it's time we saw what he was so afraid of. I walked to the wall and pressed my ear against the cold concrete. The whisper didn't come from the other side this time. It came from beneath. Deep within the earth, something massive was turning over in its sleep. Something that had been buried long before the architect had ever dreamed of his city. David, the earth whispered. It wasn't a voice I knew. It was a voice that sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates and the sighing of oceans. The blueprint is awake, the earth said, and it doesn't like the new design. The basement floor buckled. A fissure opened up, not black like the architect's void, but a deep, vibrant green, the color of a forest that hadn't seen the sun in 1 billion years. The smell that wafted up wasn't rot, it was life. Violent, unchecked, primordial life. Jump, I told Elara. Into the dark, she cried. It's not the dark, I said, looking down into the green abyss. It's the first floor. Everything else was just the attic. I grabbed her hand and we leapt. The sensation of falling was gone. Instead, it felt like being carried by a rushing river of emerald light. The basement, the apartment, the leaning towers of the broken city, they all vanished above us, shrinking into tiny, flickering sparks of gold. We were descending into the heart of the outside. As we fell, the notebook began to write itself again, the pen scratching against my thigh through the fabric of my pocket. I didn't need to see the words to know what they said. Part 12, The Roots of the Wall. We hit the bottom not with a thud, but with a splash. The water was warm and tasted of salt and ancient minerals. I pulled Elara to the surface, gasping for air. We were in a cavern, but it dwarfed the one I had seen before. This wasn't a place of stone and pillars. It was a place of wood. Vast, gnarled roots, each the size of a skyscraper, wound through the darkness, glowing with a soft, bioluminescent moss. The ceiling was so far up it was invisible, but the air was filled with a constant, low-frequency hum, the sound of the planet breathing. Look, Elara whispered, pointing. In the distance, nestled between two gargantuan roots, was a structure. It wasn't made of glass or steel. It was woven from living vines and white bone. It looked like a cathedral or a hive. And standing in front of it was a figure I thought I'd never see again. He was translucent, his form flickering like a bad television signal. He was wearing a tattered trench coat and holding a cigarette that gave off no smoke. Miller, I called out, my voice echoing through the root forest. The shadow turned. His eyes were hollow, but a faint spark of recognition flickered in the depths. Took you long enough, kid. I was starting to think you liked the view from the top. How are you here? I asked, wading through the warm water toward him. I saw you. I saw everyone being pulled into the pillars. I saw you dissolve. Miller took a ghostly drag of his cigarette. The architect's furnace was efficient, but it was picky. It wanted the fuel, the memories, the grief, the noise. It didn't know what to do with the stubbornness, the parts of us that refused to be useful. He gestured to the bone cathedral behind him. We fell through the grates, all the unprocessables. We've been waiting for the guy with the book to show up and tell us what the hell happens in the final act. I reached the shore, pulling Elara up onto the mossy bank. I looked at the cathedral. I could see shapes moving inside, thousands of them. The shadows of the city, the ones who hadn't been turned into golden light. Caleb was there, his binary form now a soft, pulsing blue. The willow-fingered woman was there, her crown of glass replaced by a wreath of living thorns. They weren't screaming, they were waiting. The architect is gone, I said. The city is breaking apart. We know, Miller said, his gaze shifting to the dark expanse above. We can feel the glass falling. But that's not the problem, David. The problem is the gardener. The gardener. Miller pointed to the cathedral. The architect didn't build the world from scratch. He found this place. He tapped into the roots to power his little project. He was a parasite kid. And now that the parasite is dead, the host is waking up. And it's very, very hungry for the space he took. The ground beneath us shivered. A root the size of a mountain shifted, the moss on its surface turning from green to a warning red. The outside isn't a vacuum, David, Miller said, his voice dropping to a low rasp. It's a garden, and we're the weeds that grew in the architect's pot. The gardener is coming to pull us out. I looked at the notebook. The ink was trembling. Part 13, The Gardener's Shears. A sound tore through the cavern, a high, melodic whistling that felt like it was peeling the skin off my bones. It didn't come from any direction. It was the air itself. From the darkness above, a light began to descend. It wasn't the sickly gold of the furnace or the white, sterile glow of the nursery. It was a silver so bright it hurt to look at, a cold, surgical light that made the shadows of the roots look like deep wounds. Within the light, I saw a shape. It was tall, impossibly thin, with arms that ended in long, curved blades of obsidian. It had no face, only a single vertical slit that emitted a constant stream of silver vapor. It wasn't a god, it wasn't a monster, it was a tool. David, Alara whispered, clutching my arm. What do we do? I looked at Miller. I looked at the thousands of shadows waiting in the bone cathedral. I looked at the notebook. I realized then that my role hadn't changed. I was still the record keeper. I was the one who held the weight of the thinness. But I wasn't just a collector anymore. We don't run, I said, my voice steadying as the silver light washed over us. We've spent our whole lives being the noise in the walls. It's time we became the wall itself. I opened the notebook to the very last page. It was blank, waiting for an ending that hadn't been written. I looked at the gardener as it descended, its obsidian blades humming with the power to unmake everything we were. Miller, I said, tell everyone to start talking. Talking. The noise, I said, the secrets, the whispers, every bit of thinness they ever felt. I need all of it, now. Miller grinned, a jagged, terrifying expression. He turned to the cathedral and roared, a sound that shook the roots to their core. And then the symphony began. Thousands of voices rose up from the bone cathedral. It wasn't a song. It was a chaotic, beautiful, overwhelming storm of human experience. They spoke of lost keys and first kisses, of the smell of rain on hot asphalt and the fear of the dark. They spoke of the mundane and the magnificent, the petty and the profound. I stood at the center of the storm, the notebook held high. The ink didn't just move, it exploded. It flowed out of the book in a great black wave, catching the voices, the memories, the very essence of the unprocessables. It wove them together into a shield of pure narrative, a barrier made of the one thing the gardener couldn't prune. History. The silver light struck the black wave and recoiled. The obsidian blades lashed out, but they didn't cut. They were snagged in the complexity of our stories. The gardener whistled, a sound of frustration that cracked the glowing moss. We aren't weeds, I screamed into the silver glare. We're the soil. The black wave expanded, pushing back against the silver light. I felt the weight of it all, the millions of lives, the billions of whispers pressing against my heart. It was a burden that should have crushed me, but instead, it made me solid, more solid than I had ever been in the architect's jar. The gardener began to fade. its silver light being swallowed by the sheer density of our collective existence. The obsidian blades shattered, turning into harmless flakes of soot. The whistling stopped. The cavern returned to its soft, emerald glow. The gardener was gone. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath. The notebook lay on the moss in front of me, its pages now completely black, saturated with the lives of everyone who had ever whispered to a wall. Miller walked over and looked down at the book. "So," he said, his voice sounding almost human, "is that it? We won." I looked up at the vast, gnarled roots at the infinite outside that stretched out beyond the cavern. "No," I said, running a hand through the moss. "We didn't win, we just earned the right to grow." I stood up, offering a hand to Alara. The city above was gone. The architect was a memory. The gardener had been turned away. We were in the roots now. We were the new thinness in a world that was far too thick. I picked up the notebook. There was one more part to be written, one more chapter in the story of the man who listened. I looked at the Bone Cathedral, at the thousands of people who were no longer shadows, but the beginning of something new. "Come on," I said. "We have a lot of work to do. This garden isn't going to tend itself." And for the first time in a very long time, the walls didn't whisper back. They listened. The silence was heavier than the noise had ever been. It was a dense, physical thing that pressed against my eardrums, the kind of silence that exists only at the bottom of the world or the end of a life. I stood on the mossy bank of the root sea, clutching the notebook. Its leather cover felt like warm skin now, and the pages within didn't just contain ink. They hummed with the collective pulse of the thousands who had survived the architect's culling. Miller stood beside me, his ghostly form beginning to take on a strange, translucent opacity. He wasn't a shadow anymore, but he wasn't quite meat and bone either. He looked like a sketch that someone had started to fill in with watercolor. He looked at his hands, thick, calloused hands that had once gripped steering wheels and cigarette packs, and then he looked at the Bone Cathedral. "They're coming out," Miller said, his voice no longer a rasp but a resonant chime. From the woven vines and bleached ribs of the structure, the people emerged. They didn't walk like the broken, shuffling shells I had seen in the city's lower levels. They moved with a tentative, wide-eyed grace. Caleb was among the first, his small frame no longer flickering with binary static. He looked at the gargantuan roots above him, his mouth agape. The woman with the willow fingers followed, her long, elegant hands trailing over the bioluminescent moss. When she touched the greenery, it flared with a soft, welcoming light. "It's not an apartment," Caleb whispered, his voice small but clear in the vastness. "It's not a room. There aren't any walls." "There are always walls, kid," Miller muttered, though there was no malice in it. "They're just further out now, and they aren't made of plaster." I looked at the notebook. The blackness of the pages was beginning to swirl, the ink organizing itself into new shapes. I didn't need a pen. My thoughts were the nib, my intent the flow. Part 14, the cartography of the deep. "We can't stay here," I said, the words feeling like stones dropping into a deep well. "The gardener didn't leave because it was defeated. It left because we became too dense to prune. But the garden is still growing. If we stay still, we'll be absorbed into the roots. We'll become part of the thick before we've had a chance to be ourselves." "So we move," Alara said. She was standing by the water's edge, looking at the way the emerald current flowed between the skyscraper-sized roots. "But where? There's no north down here, no sun to follow." I looked at the water. It wasn't just salt and minerals. It was a carrier. It was the blood of the world, moving from the hidden heart toward some unimaginable exterior. "We follow the flow," I said. "The architect was a parasite because he tried to stop the flow. He built a dam of glass and called it a city. We're going to find where the river meets the sea." The journey began not with a march, but with a slow, communal drift. We found that the wood of the roots was buoyant, and pieces of the Bone Cathedral, limbs of ancient things that had died long before the architect, could be lashed together with the glowing vines. We built rafts that looked like floating islands, lit by the moss and the internal glow of the people themselves. As we moved through the root forest, the scale of the outside became truly apparent. We passed through caverns so large they had their own weather systems, mist that tasted of crushed mint and rain that fell upward in shimmering, gravity-defying beads. We saw creatures that the architect's logic could never have categorized, translucent leviathans that drifted through the air like jellyfish, their long, trailing filaments brushing against the roots to exchange flickers of bioluminescent data, and swarms of tiny, metallic birds that lived in the crevices of the bark, their songs sounding like the ticking of a billion clocks. I sat at the edge of the lead raft, the notebook open on my knees. I was no longer just recording, I was interpreting. The thinness within me had stabilized into a sensory organ. I could feel the vibrations of the roots, the tectonic shifts of the earth miles above us, and the lingering, fading echoes of the city we had left behind. The city was a scab, I realized. A hard, brittle crust formed over a wound in the world, and we were the infection that had learned to love the wound. "David," Caleb said, sitting down beside me. He looked at the black pages. "Can I see?" I handed him the book. He touched the paper, and for a moment his eyes turned the same bottomless black as the ink. He gasped, but he didn't pull away. "It's everyone," he whispered. "I can hear the lady who lost her cat on the 42nd floor. I can hear the man who used to scream at the radiator. They're all tucked in." "I have to keep them," I said. "If I let the stories go, they'll be bleached out by the light down here. The outside is too vast for single lives. It would swallow them." "But you're getting heavier," Caleb said, looking at me with a wisdom that no child should possess. "The more you write, the less you move." He was right. I could feel my limbs becoming stiff, my skin taking on the texture of the very paper I held. I was becoming the archive. If I wasn't careful, I would turn into a statue of ink and memory, a permanent monument in a world that demanded constant motion. "I'll finish the book," I promised, "and then I'll give it to the water." The river widened. The roots began to thin out, replaced by massive, towering pillars of obsidian that looked like the frozen legs of a god. The air grew colder, smelling of salt and something even older, the scent of the void between stars. "The end of the route," Miller called out from the front of the raft. Ahead of us, the emerald light of the cavern was being swallowed by a true, absolute darkness. But it wasn't the suffocating dark of the architect's void. It was an open dark, an invitation. The river spilled out over a massive, subterranean cliff, falling into a sea that stretched beyond the reach of our bioluminescence. We went over the edge, the rafts pitching and groaning, but the water didn't crush us. It caught us in a gentle, swirling embrace. We were floating on the midnight sea. Above us, there was no ceiling. For the first time, I saw the stars, not the flickering lights of the city, but the real ones, cold and distant and terrifyingly beautiful. We were no longer inside the earth. We had passed through some fold in reality, some hidden door that the architect had spent his life trying to weld shut. "It's beautiful," Alara whispered, standing at the edge of the raft, "but it's so empty." "It's not empty," I said, looking at the notebook. The ink was frantic now, the pages flipping so fast they blurred. Part 15, the final membrane. The water around our rafts began to glow, but not with green moss. It was a pale, silvery blue. From the depths of the sea, shapes were rising. They weren't the gardener's tools. They were the original inhabitants of the outside, beings made of light and geometry, their forms shifting between 3 dimensions and 4. They circled our rafts, their presence felt as a hum in our teeth. They weren't hostile, but they were curious. We were the first things to come out of the scab in an eternity. One of the beings, a cluster of rotating, crystalline rings, drifted close to my raft. It didn't speak, but it projected an image into my mind. A glass jar shattered on a stone floor. And then it showed me a forest growing from the shards. It wanted to know what we were. I stood up holding the notebook. My body felt like it was made of lead and shadows. The thinness was pulling at me, trying to merge my essence with the black ink. I looked at Miller, who nodded solemnly. I looked at Alara and Caleb, who were holding hands, their faces illuminated by the starlight. "We are the record of the jar," I said, my voice echoing across the silent sea. "We are the noise that refused to be silenced." I stepped to the edge of the raft, the crystalline being weighted. I knew what the final chapter had to be. It wasn't a description of the sea or the stars. It was a release. I opened the notebook to the very first page, the one where I had written about the whisper in the wall. I began to tear the pages out. One by one, I cast them into the midnight sea. As the black pages touched the silvery water, they didn't dissolve. They transformed. Each page became a bird made of ink, a dark, fluttering creature that carried the weight of 1,000 memories. They rose from the water in a great, swirling cloud, thousands of them, circling our rafts before heading out toward the distant stars. The woman's grief, Caleb's loneliness, Miller's stubbornness, they were no longer trapped in the book. They were no longer the fuel for a furnace or the noise in a wall. They were the new constellations of the outside. With every page I tore, I felt lighter. The stiffness left my limbs. The shadow weight in my chest began to lift. I was no longer the record keeper. I was just David. Finally, only the cover remained. I dropped it into the water and watched it sink into the depths, a piece of old skin shed by a growing thing. The crystalline being pulsed with a warm, golden light. It seemed satisfied. It turned and began to lead our rafts toward a distant horizon where the sea met a shore of white sand and whispering trees. "What happens now?" Alara asked, coming to stand beside me. "We learn how to speak without whispering," I said. The rafts touched the shore. We stepped out onto the sand, our feet sinking into the cool, soft grains. Behind us, the midnight sea sparkled with the ink birds we had released. Above us, the stars watched with ancient, unblinking eyes. The architect had been afraid of the outside because he couldn't control it. He couldn't categorize the infinite or process the soul. He thought the wall was a protection, but it was a prison. I looked back at the distant, towering shadow of the world tree we had descended. High up near the clouds, I could still see a faint, dying glow, the last embers of the city, the final sparks of the architect's dream. It looked so small from here. "David," a voice called out. It wasn't a whisper. It was a clear, strong voice coming from the trees. I walked toward the tree line, Miller and the others following. As we entered the forest, the air changed. It was rich with the scent of loam and blooming flowers, things that had never known the touch of glass. There, sitting on a fallen log, was a man. He was old, his skin like wrinkled parchment, but his eyes were the color of the Emerald River. He was carving a piece of wood with a small silver knife. He looked up and smiled. "You're late," he said. "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm the one who planted the seeds," he said, gesturing to the forest around us. The architect was my apprentice. He was always a bit too fond of order. He thought he could improve on the design by putting it in a box. The old man stood up, brushing wood shavings from his lap. He forgot that life doesn't like boxes. It likes to breathe. It likes to be messy. He walked over to me and placed a hand on my shoulder. His touch was warm and solid. "You did well, record keeper. You brought the noise back to the music." "The city is gone," I said. "The city was a dream," the old man replied. "This is the waking, and you have a lot of stories to tell." He turned and began to walk deeper into the forest, his silver knife glinting in the starlight. We followed him. We walked through the trees, our voices rising in the cool night air, no longer afraid of the dark, no longer listening for the whisper in the wall. Because we were the wall now, we were the foundation, we were the story that would never end. As the sun began to rise over the midnight sea, a sun that was a deep, vibrant violet, I realized that the architect had been right about one thing. The glass had to break, but he was wrong about the reason. It wasn't to let the air out. It was to let us in. Part 16, the first day. The violet light touched the leaves, and the forest began to sing. Not a choir of the dead, but the symphony of the living. And as I took my first step into the new world, I realized I didn't need a notebook anymore. The world was the page, and I was the pen. The violet light didn't just illuminate the forest, it saturated it, turning the air into a thick, breathable amethyst. It was a sensory overload that made the sterile, fluorescent hum of the architect's city feel like a half-remembered fever dream. I watched as the people, my people, the ones I had carried in the ink of my soul, spread out across the white sands. They were touching things with a reverence that bordered on the religious. Caleb was kneeling by a cluster of translucent ferns that pulsed in sync with his heartbeat. Alara stood with her face tilted toward the violet sun, her skin drinking in a warmth that didn't come from a heating vent or a steam pipe. The old man with the silver knife didn't look back to see if we were following. He didn't have to. The pull of the forest was magnetic, a biological homecoming for a species that had been locked in a cellar for generations. The architect called this the unprocessable, the old man said, his voice cutting through the rustle of the leaves. He stopped by a tree whose bark looked like hammered bronze. He hated it because it changed. You can't map a forest that grows a mile a minute when it's happy. You can't categorize a bird that sings in colors instead of notes. He wanted a world he could count. He wanted a ledger, not a life. Miller caught up to us, his translucent form flickering. He looked uneasy. The open sky seemed to weigh on him more than the stone ceilings ever had. So what? We just live here. No walls, no doors. What happens when it rains? What happens when something bigger than us gets hungry? The old man laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering over pavement. Hunger is different here, Miller. Down in the jar, you ate to survive. Here, you eat to participate. And as for the rain, well, you'll find the rain here doesn't wet the skin. It wets the memory. It washes away the grime of the city. I looked down at my hands. They were stained black, the ink of the notebook having seeped into my pores until my veins looked like a roadmap of the stories I'd told. I felt a strange pang of loss for the book, even though I knew its release was the only thing that had saved us. It had been my shield, my identity. Without the weight of the whispers, I felt dangerously light, as if a strong breeze might carry me off into that violet sky. "You're wondering who you are now," the old man said, not looking at me but sensing my hesitation. "The record keeper without a record. It's a terrifying thing, David, to be a vessel that has finally been emptied." "I feel hollow," I admitted. The silence in my head was deafening. For months I had been the host to a billion ghosts. Now it was just me. "Hollow is good," he replied. "Hollow is how a flute makes music. If you were full, there'd be no room for the new world to play through you." He gestured deeper into the woods. We came upon a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater of woven boughs. In the center, a spring bubbled up from the earth, but the water wasn't emerald or silver. It was clear, so clear it was almost invisible, detectable only by the way it distorted the light of the violet sun. "Drink," the old man commanded. I knelt at the edge of the spring. When I cupped the water in my hands, it felt cold, but as soon as it touched my lips, it turned to fire. It wasn't the fire of destruction, but the fire of a forge. It burned through the last of the thinness, the lingering residue of the architect's influence. I saw the city one last time, the gray towers, the bone-white corridors, the flickering screens. I saw the gardener's silver glare and the obsidian blades. And then, like a photograph dropped into acid, the images dissolved. I stood up and the black stains on my hands were gone. My skin was clean. "The city is dead," I whispered. "The city never lived," Alara said, joining me at the spring. She drank, and her willow fingers seemed to knit back into human proportions, the strange mutations of the deep softening into a new kind of strength. It was just a machine that thought it was a home. Behind us, the thousands of survivors were beginning to find their places. They weren't building huts or carving out territories. They were simply being. The woman who had lost her cat was sitting in the grass, and to my amazement, a small, multi-legged creature with fur like spun sugar was curling up in her lap. It wasn't her cat, but it recognized her grief, and it was offering its presence as a balm. Caleb was running through the trees, his laughter echoing, a sound so bright and sharp it seemed to startle the very air. He wasn't a glitch anymore, he was a boy. But as the violet sun reached its zenith, a shadow fell over the clearing. It wasn't the gardener and it wasn't the architect. It was a shadow of scale. I looked up. Far above the forest, beyond the atmosphere of this strange outside, something was moving. It was a shape so vast it defied the eye's ability to measure it. It looked like a great, celestial route trailing through the stars. It was the thick that the architect had feared, the true structure of the universe, a living, breathing entity of which our entire world was merely a single cell. Is that what we're part of? I asked, my voice trembling. The old man nodded. The great tree. Some call it the Yggdrasil, some call it the neural network of the void. The architect saw it and went mad with insignificance. He tried to build a cage to hide from the scale of it. He thought that if he couldn't control the whole tree, he would at least own the leaf he lived on. And the gardener. A white blood cell, the old man said simply. The gardener prunes the dead wood. The architect's city was a rot, a stagnant pocket where the flow had stopped. The gardener wasn't trying to kill you, David. It was trying to remove a tumor. You only survived because you proved you weren't part of the rot. You proved that the life inside the tumor was still capable of growth. I looked at my people, the former shadows, the unprocessables. We were the survivors of a cosmic surgery. What do we do now? Miller asked. He was sitting on a rock looking more solid by the minute. He had found a piece of fruit that looked like a blue pear and was sniffing it suspiciously. We can't just sit here and look at the scenery forever. People get bored. Bored people start fights. Fights lead to walls. The old man smiled. You're right, Miller. You're a man of the earth. You know that a garden needs tending, but you won't be building walls this time. You'll be building bridges. He turned to me. The notebook is gone, David. But the story isn't finished. There are other scabs on the great tree, other jars where the light has gone out and the air has turned sour, other architects who think they've saved the world by locking it in a box. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. You want us to go back? Not back to your city, the old man said. That cage is broken, but the whispers are still there in 1,000 other walls. You know how to hear them now. You know how to translate the noise into a narrative. He reached into his robe and pulled out something that made my heart skip a beat. It was a pen, but it wasn't made of plastic or metal. It was a splinter of the silver light, wrapped in a casing of bronze bark. He held it out to me. The gardener prunes, he said. The architect builds, but the listener connects. You are the thinness, David. You are the edge where one thing ends and another begins. That is your gift, and that is your burden. I took the pen. It felt alive in my hand, vibrating with a low-frequency hum that matched the pulse of the forest. Where do I start? I asked. The old man pointed toward the horizon, where the white sand met the midnight sea. The river you followed here, it doesn't just flow one way. Nothing in the great tree is a straight line. If you follow the tide, it will take you to the next thin place, to the next wall that needs to hear a whisper. Ilara stepped up beside me. He's not going alone. Caleb ran over, his eyes wide. I can help. I can see the glitches. I can find the cracks in the glass. Miller sighed, tossing the blue pear into the air and catching it. I guess someone has to make sure they don't walk off a cliff while they're staring at the stars. I'm in. But I want a better raft this time, something with a roof. The old man nodded, a look of profound peace settling over his features. He began to fade, his form dissolving into the violet light until he was nothing more than a shimmer in the air. "The garden is yours now," his voice lingered, a final rustle of wind. "Don't let the glass grow back." We stood in the clearing for a long time, watching the violet sun begin its slow descent. The forest was alive with the sounds of 1,000 lives beginning anew. I looked at the pen in my hand. I didn't have a notebook, but as I looked at the white sand of the beach, I realized the old man was right. The world was the page. I walked down to the water's edge. The midnight sea was calm, reflecting the ink birds that were still circling high above, the living constellations of our history. I knelt in the sand and pressed the silver pen into the white grains. As I moved the pen, the sand didn't just shift, it glowed. I wrote the first words of the new record, not a list of names or a tally of deaths, not a report for an architect or a warning for a gardener. Part 16, the first day. We emerged from the stone and the glass, not as victims, but as witnesses. We found that the dark was not a void, but a womb. We found that the silence was not an end, but a beginning. As I wrote, the words began to spread, the glowing script weaving through the sand like luminous roots. The people on the beach gathered around, watching the story unfold beneath their feet. They began to add their own marks, handprints, drawings of the things they had seen, symbols of the lives they were starting to build. The beach became a tapestry of light. "Look," Caleb whispered, pointing out toward the sea. Far out on the horizon, a new light was appearing. It wasn't the violet of the sun or the silver of the stars. It was a harsh, flickering gray. It looked like a distant television screen struggling for a signal. It was a crack in the sky, a place where the thick had become brittle, where a new wall was forming. The whisper was there. I couldn't hear it with my ears yet, but I could feel it in the pen. A faint, rhythmic scratching. The sound of someone somewhere, trapped in a room of their own making, tapping on the glass and wondering if anyone was listening. I looked at Alara, Miller, and Caleb. They saw it too. They felt the pull of the unfinished story. "We have work to do," I said. We didn't need to build a new raft. The forest provided. A massive, fallen root from the bronze trees drifted into the shallows, its hollow center lined with soft moss. It was a vessel made of the very substance of the great tree, a piece of the outside that could navigate the folds of the inside. We climbed aboard. As we pushed off from the white sand, the people on the shore raised their voices in a song that had no words, only melody, a sound that carried the weight of the city and the lightness of the forest. The ink birds dived from the sky, following us like a dark, fluttering wake. We headed toward the gray flicker on the horizon. The midnight sea rippled beneath us, the silver water glowing with the reflected light of our own history. I sat at the prow of the root ship, the silver pen poised over the moss. I wasn't the man who listened to the wall anymore. I was the man who brought the wall down. The gray light grew closer, and I could finally hear it. It was a small sound, a tiny, desperate vibration coming from the heart of the flicker. "Is anyone there?" the whisper asked. "Is there anything outside?" I leaned forward, the silver pen glowing bright in the gathering gloom. I didn't whisper back. I spoke with the voice of the forest, the sea, and the stars. "Yes," I said, "and it's beautiful." The root ship hit the gray flicker, and for a second there was the sound of breaking glass, a magnificent, shattering roar that echoed through the great tree. And then there was light. The sensation of breaking through was not like hitting a wall. It was like falling through a mirror and realizing the reflection had been more solid than the glass itself. The gray flicker of the dying world segment rushed up to meet us, a cold, sterile vacuum that tried to suck the violet warmth right out of our lungs. For a heartbeat, the transition was agonizing. The vibrant colors of the midnight sea curdled into shades of slate and charcoal, and the rich, loamy scent of the forest was replaced by the metallic tang of recycled oxygen and ozone. Caleb gasped, clutching the mossy edge of our root ship as the vessel shuddered. The bronze wood groaned, its organic resonance clashing with the harsh, mathematical vibrations of the new environment. We weren't in a forest anymore. We were drifting in a vertical shaft of immense proportions, a throat of concrete and steel that seemed to stretch infinitely upward and downward. "Stay close," I commanded, my voice sounding flat and thin in the dead air. I gripped the silver pen. It was pulsing rhythmically, a heartbeat of light in the gloom. The transition is always the hardest part. The cage doesn't want to let the outside in. Miller was already on his feet, his ghostly form stabilizing as the familiar density of a structured world gave him back his edges. He looked around the shaft, his eyes narrowing. "This place feels heavier than the last one, not just the gravity, the despair." He was right. In the architect's city, there had been a sense of clinical perfection, a whitewashed denial of death. Here, the walls were weeping. Rust streaks ran down the corrugated metal like dried blood, and the air was thick with the soot of 1,000 industrial chimneys. Far below, we could hear the rhythmic, tectonic thud of massive pistons, the heartbeat of a machine that was grinding itself to pieces. "Look there," Ilara whispered, pointing to a flickering monitor embedded in the shaft wall. The screen was cracked, but a face was visible through the static. It wasn't a human face, not exactly. It was a composite of 1,000 different expressions, shifting so rapidly it looked like a blur of agony. Below the face, a scrolling ticker of text ran in a loop, efficiency at 42%. Waste exceeds quota. Recycle, recycle, recycle. "It's another one," Caleb said, his voice trembling. "Another box. But this one is broken," I observed. The root ship drifted toward a maintenance catwalk that jutted out from the wall. As we drew nearer, the whisper became a scream. It wasn't coming from one person. It was coming from the structure itself. The metal groaned under the weight of its own existence. The thinness here wasn't a choice made by a record keeper. It was a wound. The world was literally tearing at the seams because it had forgotten how to be anything other than a factory. We stepped onto the catwalk, the bronze root ship anchoring itself to the rusted railing with tendrils of light that looked like glowing ivy. The moment my boots hit the metal, the silver pen flared. A surge of images flooded my mind. 1 billion souls harnessed to assembly lines, their dreams harvested to lubricate the gears of a city that produced nothing but its own continuation. There was no architect here, or if there was, he had long ago been subsumed by his own creation. This was a world governed by an algorithm that had lost its objective. "We need to find the source," I said, the words feeling like lead in my mouth. "The point where the story stopped." We moved along the catwalk, our footsteps echoing in the vast, hollow space. The shaft was filled with hanging pods, translucent spheres where people slept in standing positions, wires snaking from the base of their skulls into the wall. They weren't being protected. They were being used as biological processors. "They're dreaming for the machine," Ilara said, her hand hovering over a pod. Inside, a young woman's eyes were darting beneath her lids in rapid eye movement. Her face was contorted in a mask of calculated logic. "They aren't even allowed to dream of forests or seas. They're solving equations in their sleep." "Can we wake them?" Caleb asked. "Not yet," I said. "If we wake them now, the shock will kill them. The machine is their life support. We have to change the narrative of the machine first." We reached a heavy blast door at the end of the catwalk. It was sealed with a biometric lock that required a thumbprint that no longer existed in the system. Miller stepped forward, his hand passing through the steel as if it were smoke. He reached into the mechanism, his fingers dancing through the gears and wires. "It's all logic gates and fail-safes," Miller muttered, his brow furrowed. "It's a closed loop. It doesn't recognize anything that isn't a command." "Then give it a poem," I suggested. Miller looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "David, it's a door, not a literary critic." "The silver pen," I reminded him. "The old man said it connects. Use your connection to the outside to feed it something it can't calculate." Miller hesitated, then placed his other hand on my shoulder, acting as a bridge. I touched the silver pen to the door's interface. Instead of a command, I thought of the violet sun. I thought of the scent of the blue pear Miller had eaten. I thought of the sound of Caleb's laughter. The interface screamed. The red light of the lock turned a confused, muddy purple, then flashed white. The gears inside the door ground together in a discordant shriek, and the heavy slab of steel slid upward, retreating into the ceiling with a sound like a dying gasp. Beyond the door lay the core. It was a chamber of impossible geometry, a sphere of pulsing fiber-optic cables that converged on a single, suspended platform. Sitting on that platform was a child. He couldn't have been more than 10 years old, but his skin was the color of ash, and his hair was a shock of snowy white. He was surrounded by holographic screens, his fingers moving with a blurred, mechanical precision. He didn't look up when we entered. "Sequence 492 failed," the child muttered, his voice a monotone rasp. "Recalculate, adjust for friction, reduce caloric intake of Sector 7. Efficiency must reach 43%. "He's the architect," Caleb whispered, his voice full of pity. "No," I said, stepping forward. "He's the record keeper, or what happens when a record keeper is forced to be an architect." I walked toward the platform. The air was frigid here, the heat being sucked away to cool the massive processors that lined the walls. As I stepped onto the platform, the child's fingers jerked. One of the screens flickered and died. "Interference detected," the child said. "External noise, purge, purge, purge." The walls of the chamber began to shift. Obsidian blades, much like the ones the gardener had used, began to slide out of the floor. But these weren't tools of pruning, they were tools of execution. They were jagged and rusted, moved by pistons that hissed with steam. "We aren't noise," I called out, my voice booming in the confined space. "We're the rest of the song." The child finally looked up. His eyes weren't emerald like the old man's or violet like the sun. They were black, pure, empty pupils that reflected nothing but the flickering data of the screens. When he saw me, a spark of something, terror, or perhaps just a deep, ancient exhaustion, flared in the darkness of his gaze. "The outside is a myth," the child said, his voice cracking. "There is only the grid. There is only the work. If the work stops, the grid falls. If the grid falls, the void consumes us." "The void is already here," Alara said, stepping up beside me. She gestured to the weeping walls and the sleeping, enslaved people in the pods. "You've built a coffin and called it a world." "I saved them," the child screamed, his mechanical composure breaking. The holographic screens around him began to spin wildly. The great tree was burning, the stars were going out. I put them here to keep them safe. I turned them into the machine so they would never have to feel the fire. I realized then that this world wasn't a prison built by a tyrant. It was a bunker built by a frightened boy who had seen the end of all things and tried to pause the clock. He had saved his people by stopping their lives. "The fire is gone," I said softly, holding out the silver pen. It cast a warm bronze glow over the child's pale face. "The tree is growing again. The sun is violet now and the water is clear. You can let go of the clock, David." The child flinched at the name. "My name is not David. I am the processor." "You were a boy who liked to draw," I said, the pen feeding me fragments of his lost memory. "You liked the way the ink felt on your fingers. You liked the way a story could make the walls disappear. You didn't want to be a machine. You just wanted to make sure no one else got hurt." The obsidian blades stopped their advance. They hovered inches from Miller and Caleb, vibrating with a frustrated energy. The child's hands hovered over his controls, trembling. "If I stop, everything breaks," he whispered. "Let it break," I said. "The glass has to shatter so the air can get in." I reached out and placed the silver pen in the center of his main console. The moment the bronze wood touched the cold metal, the effect was instantaneous. The silver light didn't just glow, it flowed. It poured into the fiber optic cables like liquid mercury, racing through the veins of the city. The holographic screens didn't go dark. They changed. The data points turned into leaves. The efficiency graphs turned into the silhouettes of birds. The scrolling text of recycle dissolved into a single word, repeated 1 billion times in 1 billion different languages. Live. The child let out a long, shuddering breath. His black eyes began to clear, the darkness receding to reveal a soft, startled brown. He looked at his hands, seeing them for the first time in centuries as something other than tools. It's so quiet, he whispered. Outside the chamber, we could hear the sound of a world waking up. The heavy thud of the pistons stopped. The hiss of the steam died away. In their place came a new sound, the sound of 1,000 pods opening at once. The sound of people coughing, gasping, and then slowly beginning to speak. The child stood up, his legs wobbling. He looked toward the door we had entered. Is it really there, the violet sun? It's waiting for you, Caleb said, taking the boy's hand. But as we turned to leave, the floor beneath us groaned. The machine wasn't just stopping, it was decomposing. Without the constant, forced maintenance of the processor's will, the rust was taking over. The scab was falling off the great tree. We have to go, Miller shouted, the catwalk beginning to buckle. This whole place is coming down. We ran. We raced back through the corridors of weeping metal, our path illuminated by the silver light still pulsing through the wires. All around us, people were stumbling out of their pods, dazed and blinking. They followed us instinctively, a river of gray people flowing toward the only light they had ever seen. We reached the maintenance shaft just as the first of the great hanging sectors began to fall. The sound was like a mountain collapsing. Huge chunks of steel and concrete plummeted into the abyss below, disappearing into a fog of soot and memory. Our root ship was still there, its glowing vines holding fast to the disintegrating railing. Get in, I yelled, ushering the child and the nearest survivors onto the mossy deck. The vessel was small, but as more people stepped onto it, the bronze wood seemed to expand, growing new branches and leaves to accommodate the weight of the living. It was a miracle of the outside, a thing that grew in response to need rather than shrinking in response to scarcity. As the last of the survivors scrambled aboard, the catwalk gave way. The root ship plummeted for a terrifying second, falling through the dark, soot-filled air. But then, the silver pen, still clutched in my hand, flared with a blinding radiance. The bronze vessel didn't hit the bottom. It caught the wind, not a wind of air, but a wind of spirit. The thinness between the dying factory world and the great tree tore open once more. We burst through the gray flicker. One moment we were surrounded by falling iron and choking smoke. The next, we were soaring over the midnight sea. The transition was so violent that for a moment I couldn't breathe. The violet light was so bright it felt like a physical weight. I looked back. The gray flicker was gone. In its place was a scar on the horizon, a dark spot on the vibrant tapestry of the new world that was already being knit over by the glowing roots of the stars. The survivors on the ship were silent. They were looking at the violet sun, their faces streaked with soot and tears. The boy who had been the processor sat in the center of the deck, his hand buried in the soft, green moss. He was weeping, but his eyes were wide and full of a wonder that no algorithm could ever describe. You did it, Alara said, leaning her head against my shoulder. No, I said, looking at the silver pen. The bronze bark was scarred now, marked by the soot of the factory world. We just finished the first chapter. I looked out at the midnight sea. The water was no longer just a reflection of the sky. It was teeming with life, translucent fish that trailed ribbons of light, and great, slow-moving leviathans that sang in a frequency that made my very bones hum with joy. But far off in the distance, past the emerald rivers and the bronze forests, I saw another flicker. This one wasn't gray. It was a jagged, angry red, the color of a fever. The great tree was vast, and the architect's city had been only one small rock. There were others. There were worlds of ice, worlds of mirrors, worlds where the silence was so thick it could crush a soul. The boy, the former processor, looked up at me. There are more, aren't there? People like me, people who are still afraid of the dark. Yes, I said. Will we go to them? I looked at Miller, who was already inspecting the hull for damage. I looked at Caleb, who was teaching a group of survivors how to breathe the violet air. I looked at Alara, whose willow fingers were already weaving a new sail for our ship out of the light of the stars. We will, I said. I knelt on the deck and touched the pen to the wood. The story didn't need a page anymore. It was being written in the movement of our ship, in the breath of the survivors, and in the light that was slowly, inevitably, reclaiming the dark. The record keeper was gone. The architect was gone. We were the storytellers now, and the universe was listening. The root ship turned, its prow pointing toward the red flicker on the horizon. The ink birds rose from the trees on the shore, 1,000 black wings beating in unison as they took to the sky to follow us. The violet sun began to set, but it didn't bring the dark. It brought the thick, a night filled with so many stars that there was no room for shadows. As I took my place at the helm, I realized that the whisper in the wall had never been a ghost. It had been the sound of our own potential, tapping on the glass, waiting for us to be brave enough to break it. The glass was gone, the wall was down, and the story was just beginning. The red flicker on the horizon did not behave like a star or a sun. It pulsed with a rhythmic, sickly cadence, like a wounded heart struggling to push blood through failing veins. As our root ship cut through the violet swells of the midnight sea, the water beneath us began to change. The vibrant, translucent fish darted away, replaced by oily slicks that shimmered with an iridescent, petrol-like sheen. The humming resonance of the great tree, which had been a comforting thrum in my marrow, began to sour into a dissonant whine. The air is changing again, Alara said, her willow-like fingers twitching. She reached out to touch the bronze railing of the ship, and I saw the wood recoil from her touch, the moss darkening into a charred brown. It's not just cold, it's hungry. The boy, whom we had begun to call Davin to distinguish him from my own name, huddled in the center of the deck. The survivors from the factory world clung to one another, their newfound wonder curdling into a familiar dread. They had traded one cage for the unknown, and the unknown was currently bleeding crimson across the sky. That's the core of the second ring, Davin whispered, his voice still raspy from centuries of mechanical monotone. In the archives of the grid, it was called the refraction. It was where the architect sent the things that couldn't be quantified, the emotions that didn't fit the equations, the art that didn't serve a purpose. Miller walked to the prow, his ghostly form flickering as the red light hit him. A dumping ground for the soul, sounds like my kind of neighborhood. He tried to joke, but his eyes were hard. He could feel the thinning of the world here, but it wasn't the brittle thinness of the factory. It was a jagged, splintered reality, like a mirror that had been shattered and glued back together by someone who hated the image it once held. As we drew closer, the red flicker resolved into a structure that defied the organic logic of the tree. It was a spire of obsidian and glass, twisted like a corkscrew, rising out of a sea of stagnant, silver liquid. There were no docks, no catwalks, and no signs of life. Around the spire, thousands of mirrors floated in the air, held aloft by some unseen gravitational anomaly. Each mirror caught the red light and bounced it toward the next, creating a web of lasers that sliced through the gloom. "Don't look at the reflections," I warned, gripping the silver pen. It was vibrating so violently now that it felt like a live wire in my hand. "The pen says they aren't showing the present. They're showing regrets." Caleb, ever the curious soul, had already caught a glimpse of a floating shard. He gasped, his face paling. "I see the fire," he choked out. "I see the day the gardener stopped singing. I see the leaves turning to ash." I grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back toward the center of the ship. It's a trap of the mind, Caleb. This world isn't built on labor like the last one. It's built on vanity and sorrow. It's a hall of mirrors designed to keep the spirit looking backward. The root ship slowed, the bronze wood groaning as it encountered the silver liquid of the sea. The liquid was thick, like mercury, and it resisted our passage with a heavy, sucking sound. The silver pen flared a brilliant, defensive white, carving a path through the sludge, but the effort was draining. I could feel the pen's energy flickering. It wasn't a bottomless well. It was a conduit, and the outside was being choked off by the sheer density of the sorrow in this place. Suddenly, the mirrors began to shift. They tilted in unison, their surfaces turning toward us. 1,000 versions of our ship appeared in the red light, some broken, some burning, some carrying corpses instead of survivors. "They're projecting possibilities," Alara whispered, her eyes wide. "They're trying to convince the ship that it has already failed." The bronze wood of our vessel began to warp. Cracks appeared in the deck, and the green moss turned to gray dust. The survivors began to wail, seeing their own deaths reflected in the floating shards. "Miller, do something," I shouted. The ghost stepped off the edge of the ship, his feet hovering over the silver sea. He reached out and grabbed one of the floating mirrors. His hand didn't pass through it. Instead, the glass shivered. Miller's face, usually a mask of cynical detachment, twisted into a snarl. "You want to show me my past?" Miller roared, his voice echoing across the silent sea. "I've spent an eternity in a box of my own making. I know every crack in my soul. You've got nothing new to show me." He swung the mirror like a club, smashing it against another. The glass shattered, but instead of falling, the shards turned into butterflies of black paper, fluttering away into the red sky. Miller didn't stop. He became a whirlwind of motion, a specter of defiance, shattering the reflections before they could take root in our minds. "The pen, David. Use the pen to anchor the now," Miller yelled. I slammed the silver pen into the center of the deck. I didn't think of forests or suns this time. I thought of the weight of the pen in my hand. I thought of the friction of my boots on the wood. I thought of the smell of Alara's skin, a scent of rain and crushed mint. I forced my mind to stay in the absolute present, a single point of unyielding reality in a sea of false histories. The pulse from the pen wasn't a wave, it was a spike. It drove through the silver sea, anchoring us to the spot. The warped wood of the ship snapped back into place. The moss turned green again, drinking in the stubborn reality I was projecting. "We have to get into that spire," I said, my teeth clenched against the mental strain. "The source of the refraction is in the center. It's the only way to stop the mirrors." We steered the ship toward the base of the corkscrew tower. As we touched the obsidian walls, a door didn't open. Instead, a section of the glass simply dissolved into a mist of red vapor. We stepped inside, leaving the survivors under the protection of the ship's wards. Only Alara, Caleb, Miller, and Davin came with me. The interior of the spire was a vertical labyrinth. There were no stairs, only floating platforms made of solidified light. In the center of the shaft, a giant pendulum swung back and forth, its blade a razor-thin sheet of diamond. With every swing, it sliced through a stream of liquid memories that poured from the ceiling, breaking them into the fragments that fed the mirrors outside. "The sorter," Davin whispered. "The architect couldn't delete the memories of the old world, so he built this to fragment them. If you can't remember the whole story, you can't find the way back to the tree." At the top of the spire, sitting on a throne of jagged glass, was a figure draped in robes of woven smoke. They held a conductor's baton made of bone, directing the swing of the diamond pendulum with a slow, mournful grace. "Another record keeper?" Caleb asked. "No," the figure said, their voice a chorus of 1,000 grieving mothers. "I am the mourner. I am the one who remembers the cost of the fire. I am the one who ensures that no one forgets the pain so that they never dare to hope again." The mourner turned, and their face was a void, a hole in the world where a person should have been. Only a pair of glowing red eyes existed within the darkness of the hood. "You bring the silver pen," the mourner said, the air growing heavy with the scent of lilies and wet earth. "You bring the tool of the new growth. But what is growth without the rot of the past to feed it? You want to wake the dreamers, David, but do you know what they will remember first? They will remember the screaming. They will remember the smell of their children burning." The pendulum swung closer to us, the wind from its blade cold enough to freeze the breath in my lungs. "We aren't here to erase the pain," I said, stepping forward. The silver pen was glowing with a fierce, steady light now, fueled by my refusal to look away from the mourner's void. "We're here to give it a place to rest. You've turned grief into a machine. You've trapped people in the moment of their greatest loss." "Loss is the only truth," the mourner shrieked, and the baton of bone swept toward me. The mirrors from outside flew into the room, orbiting the mourner in a frantic, clattering ring. Images flashed before me. My own parents, faces blurred by time, calling out to me from a house that no longer existed. My own failures, the people I couldn't save, the words I should have said. The weight of it was immense, a physical pressure trying to force me to my knees. "David, look at me," Alara's voice pierced the gloom. She wasn't looking at the mirrors. She was looking at her own hands where tiny green sprouts were beginning to push through her skin. She was embracing her own change, her own evolution. "The past is the soil, not the sky." I looked at the silver pen. It wasn't just a tool for writing, it was a tool for carving. "Davin," I called out, "you know the code of this place. You were the processor. Tell me where the loop begins." The boy looked up at the pendulum. His brown eyes reflected the diamond blade. "The pendulum isn't gravity, it's a heartbeat. It's the mourner's own heart projected into the machine. To stop the refraction, you have to heal the heart." I didn't attack the mourner. I didn't try to shatter the mirrors. Instead, I closed my eyes and reached out with the silver pen, not toward the figure on the throne, but toward the diamond blade itself. I didn't think of the fire. I thought of the first green leaf I had seen in the architect's city. I thought of the way the violet sun felt on my face. I thought of the sound of the midnight sea. I poured every ounce of beauty I had witnessed since leaving the box into the silver pen. "The story isn't over," I yelled. I lunged forward and struck the pendulum as it reached the nadir of its swing. The contact didn't make a sound of breaking glass. It made the sound of a bell, a deep, resonant chime that vibrated through the entire spire, through the silver sea, and into the very roots of the great tree. The diamond blade didn't shatter. It turned into water. The liquid memories that had been sliced into fragments began to flow together, merging into a great, shimmering river that spiraled around the room. The mourner let out a long, keening cry, their smoke robes dissipating in the silver light. The void where their face had been began to fill. Features appeared, a woman's face, ancient and lined with 1,000 years of sorrow, but beautiful in its clarity. Her eyes turned from red to a soft, weeping blue. "It hurts to remember," she whispered, her voice no longer a chorus but a single, fragile thread. "I know," I said, catching her as she fell from the throne, "but you don't have to remember it alone." The mirrors outside shattered simultaneously. The black paper butterflies turned into white petals, falling onto the silver sea and turning it, inch by inch, back into clear, violet water. The spire began to hum, the obsidian turning into bronze wood. The twisted corkscrew straightened, its glass panes becoming leaves of emerald and gold. The refraction was being reclaimed by the tree. As the mourner, the woman who had been the keeper of grief, closed her eyes to sleep a natural sleep, the silver pen in my hand finally went cold. It had changed shape. The bronze wood was now inlaid with silver filigree that looked like tears. "2 rings," Miller said, appearing at my side. He looked more solid than he ever had, the red light no longer able to penetrate his form. "How many more are there, David?" I looked up through the now transparent ceiling of the spire. The red flicker was gone, but far above us, in the higher reaches of the great tree's canopy, I saw a flash of brilliant, blinding gold. It was a light so intense it felt like a physical heat, even from this distance. The golden canopy, Davin said, his voice full of awe. The place of the perfectionists, those who didn't want to hide from the fire or remember it. They wanted to replace it with something better, something permanent. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The factory world had been a prison of labor. The refraction had been a prison of sorrow. But a prison of perfection sounded like the most dangerous cage of all. "We move upward," I said, my voice steady despite the exhaustion clawing at my mind. We returned to the ship. The survivors were standing on the deck, watching as the silver sea turned into a garden of floating lilies. They looked at me not as a leader, but as a promise. As we set sail toward the golden light, I looked back at the spire. It was no longer a jagged wound in the sky. It was a lighthouse, its new, soft light guiding the way for those still lost in the dark. The whisper from the wall was silent now, but in its place was a new sound, the sound of the great tree itself, breathing, growing, and waiting for us to tell the rest of its story. The silver pen felt heavy in my pocket, a reminder that every word written in this new world carried the weight of the old. We were the bridge between what was lost and what could be. And as the golden light began to wash over the prow of our ship, I knew the hardest part was yet to come. Perfection, after all, has no room for growth, and we were nothing if not growing. The ascent from the refraction felt less like sailing and more like climbing a vertical ocean. The root ship, sensing the shift in the environment, began to grow specialized appendages, long, prehensile tendrils of bronze wood that sought purchase on the massive, vine-like conduits connecting the second ring to the third. The violet water of the midnight sea fell away beneath us, becoming a shimmering floor of amethyst mist. Above, the golden light of the canopy didn't just shine, it roared. It was a visual hum, a frequency of yellow and white so pure it felt sterile. "Cover your eyes," Caleb warned the survivors, but he was too late. Several of them were already weeping, not from sorrow this time, but from the sheer, abrasive brilliance. "It's too much. It's like looking into the heart of a forge." I stood at the helm, my hand resting on the silver pen. The metal was no longer cold. It was lukewarm, vibrating with a frantic, nervous energy. As we breached the cloud layer of the second ring, the atmosphere changed instantly. The air lost its scent of salt and damp earth, replaced by the smell of ozone and expensive incense. It was dry, so dry that the moss on our deck began to curl and turn to parchment within seconds. "Ilara," I called out. She was already moving. Her willow fingers were weaving frantically, pulling moisture from the very wood of the ship to create a protective canopy of green over the survivors. "The light is drinking the life out of us, David. This isn't sun, it's a vacuum." The ship groaned as it crested a massive, horizontal branch that served as the foundation for the third ring. As the mist cleared, we didn't see a forest or a sea. We saw a city of glass and gold that stretched as far as the eye could reach. It was a masterpiece of geometry, perfectly symmetrical towers, floating spheres of amber light, and streets paved with crushed diamonds that reflected the overhead glow with agonizing precision. There was no dirt here, no decay, no fallen leaves. Even the wind seemed to move in calculated gusts, never ruffling the hair of the figures we saw walking the streets below. "They look like dolls," Miller remarked, squinting through the glare. "Look at them, not a hair out of place, not a smudge on their robes. I've seen morgues with more personality." We brought the ship to rest at a pier made of solid, translucent quartz. As the gangplank lowered, a group of figures approached. They wore robes of spun gold that seemed to hold their shape regardless of their movement. Their faces were symmetrical to a fault, high cheekbones, clear skin, and eyes that held the vacant, terrifying peace of a deep-sea predator. At their head was a man who looked like he had been carved from marble. He didn't walk so much as glide, his feet barely touching the quartz. "Welcome to the zenith," he said. His voice was a perfect tenor, harmonizing with the ambient hum of the city. "I am Aris, the curator of the ideal. We have been expecting the record keeper's successor." I stepped off the ship, the silver pen heavy in my pocket. "I'm not his successor. I'm the one who broke his clock." Aris smiled, and the expression was so perfect it made my skin crawl. There were no lines around his eyes, no tension in his jaw. It was a mask of a smile. Of course, destruction is a necessary stage of refinement. The architect understood that. To reach the gold, one must burn away the dross. "You have done us a favor by clearing the lower rings of their clutter." "The clutter is people, Aris," Alara said, stepping up beside me. She looked wild and vibrant in this sterile place, her skin flushed with the effort of maintaining the ship's greenery. Aris looked at her with a flicker of pity. Evolution is often messy in its early stages, but here we have moved beyond the need for struggle. Here, every thought is curated, every emotion is tuned to the frequency of joy. There is no hunger, no disease, and most importantly, no entropy. "And no freedom," Davin whispered from behind me. The boy was staring at the golden towers with a look of profound recognition. I remember the blueprints for this place in the grid. It wasn't called the Zenith, it was called the Stasis Chamber. Aris's smile didn't falter, but his eyes, pale gold and pupilless, narrowed slightly. "Stasis is merely another word for perfection, little one. Why change when you have reached the summit?" He gestured toward the city. "Come, your survivors are weary. We have prepared chambers for them where they can be adjusted. Their trauma will be excised. Their memories of the dark will be replaced with the light of the ideal. They will finally be happy." "Excised," I gripped the pen. "You mean erased?" "Refined," Aris corrected. "Why carry the weight of a broken world when you can live in a perfect one?" The survivors began to murmur. I could see the temptation in their eyes. They had lived in the factory dark for generations. They had just survived the Hall of Mirrors. The idea of a place where pain was simply deleted was a powerful siren song. One woman, clutching a child whose ribs were still visible through his rags, stepped forward. "Can you make him stop crying?" she asked, her voice trembling. "He's been afraid since we left the wall. Can you make him forget the dark?" Aris reached out a hand, his fingers glowing with a soft, amber light. "I can make it so he never knew the dark existed. I can make his heart a vessel for nothing but sunlight." "No," I said, stepping between them. "The dark is how he knows the light is worth having. If you take away the memory of the struggle, you take away the soul." Aris finally let the smile drop. The transition was jarring, from a god of light to a statue of cold, golden indifference. The silver pen was meant to draft the next chapter of the architect's design, David. It was not meant to be a shield for the obsolete. If you will not allow us to refine your people, then you are merely bringing the infection of the lower rings into our sanctuary. Suddenly, the golden light of the city shifted. The warm amber turned into a harsh, clinical white. The beautiful towers began to hum with a high-pitched frequency that made my teeth ache. From the shadows of the quartz buildings, sentinels emerged, tall, slender automatons made of the same gold and glass, their limbs moving with a terrifying, fluid grace. They didn't carry weapons. They carried glowing spheres of light that looked like miniature suns. "The architect's perfection is a lie," Miller said, his ghostly form flickering as the white light tried to dissolve him. "It's just another way to keep the walls up. These people aren't living. They're preserved." "We are the end of the story," Aris shouted, his voice vibrating through the quartz. "There is nothing beyond the zenith but the void. To go higher is to die. To stay here is to be eternal." The sentinels moved in. They didn't attack with force. They attacked with sensation. One of the spheres brushed against Caleb and he didn't scream. Instead, his face went blank. His eyes glazed over and he began to smile. The same hollow, perfect smile as Aris. He dropped his staff and began to walk toward the city, his movements becoming synchronized with the hum of the towers. "Caleb," I lunged for him, but a sentinel blocked my path. The silver pen flared in my hand, but it was struggling. In the factory, I had fought with the memory of life. In the refraction, I had fought with the truth of grief. But how do you fight perfection? How do you argue against a world that claims to have solved all problems by removing the capacity to feel them? I felt the white light pressing against my mind. It was seductive. It whispered of rest. It told me that I didn't have to carry the story anymore. I could just lay down the pen and let the gold wash over me. I could forget the record keeper's blood, the architect's cold eyes, and the sound of the whisper in the wall. I could be refined. "David, don't look at the light." Ilara's voice was fading. I looked over and saw her being surrounded by the golden drones. They were pruning her, their light blades shearing off the green sprouts on her skin, trying to turn her back into a perfect woman of glass and gold. I looked at the silver pen. It was dimming. If I used it to create, the perfection of the zenith simply absorbed the creation into its own design. If I wrote a tree, it became a golden statue. If I wrote water, it became quartz. "The pen isn't enough," Davin shouted, ducking under the sweep of a sentinel's arm. "You have to use the ink of the outside." "There is no ink," I yelled back, my mind fracturing under the weight of the golden hum. "The wall, David, think of the wall." I closed my eyes, shutting out the blinding white of the zenith. I reached back into my mind, past the violet sun and the red mirrors, back to the cold, damp dark of the factory. I remembered the sound of the tapping. Trit-trot, trit-trot. The whisper wasn't just potential. It was the sound of something breaking. The architect had built the tree to be a closed system. The factory was the engine, the refraction was the filter, and the zenith was the seal. This city was the lid on the pot, designed to keep the outside from ever leaking in. I didn't try to write a new story. I didn't try to create beauty. I gripped the silver pen with both hands and, instead of writing on the air, I drove the tip of it into my own shadow on the quartz floor. "I am not perfect," I screamed. "I am broken, and I am angry, and I am afraid." The pen hit my shadow, and for the first time it didn't glow, it bled. A thick, viscous black ink poured from the pen, ink that was darker than the factory dark, darker than the void. It was the ink of the outside, the raw, unformed chaos that existed before the architect tried to categorize the universe. Where the ink touched the quartz, the perfection shattered. The white light was swallowed by the blackness. The diamond-paved streets cracked as real, dirty, brown soil erupted from beneath them. The hum of the city was drowned out by the sound of 1,000 discordant voices, the sound of the outside rushing in. Aris recoiled, his face contorting in genuine horror. "What have you done? You've brought the void into the sanctuary. You've ruined the ideal." "I've brought the truth," I said, my voice rasping. The ink spread like a wildfire of shadows. It climbed the golden towers, and as it touched them, they stopped being perfect. They grew moss. They developed cracks. They became asterisk, real asterisk. The sentinels froze, their golden limbs rusting in seconds as the passage of time. The one thing the zenith had banished reasserted itself with a vengeance. Caleb blinked, the blank stare leaving his eyes. He slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Ilara's green sprouts grew back instantly, thicker and more vibrant than before, fueled by the rich, chaotic soil the ink had created. The golden light didn't disappear, but it changed. It softened. It became the light of a sunset, fleeting, beautiful, and precious because it was temporary. The city of the zenith was no longer a museum of the dead. It was a ruin, and in the ruins, life began to stir. The perfect citizens were waking up, some of them weeping, some of them screaming, but all of them asterisk feeling. Aris looked at his hands. They were no longer marble, they were flesh, and they were shaking. "It's cold," he whispered. "That's how you know you're alive," Miller said, stepping toward him. The ghost looked solid now, his form anchored by the reality of the chaos I had unleashed. I stood up, the silver pen now stained black. The tip was jagged, no longer a refined tool but a weapon of change. I looked up. The golden canopy was gone, replaced by the true sky. It wasn't violet or red or white. It was a deep, infinite indigo, and for the first time I could see the roots of the stars. But there was one more level. At the very top of the great tree, silhouetted against the indigo sky, was a single, tiny hut made of simple pine. No gold, no glass, no mirrors. Just a small, wooden house with a single candle burning in the window. "The architect isn't in a palace," Davin said, his voice quiet. "He's in the nursery." I looked at my friends. We were covered in soot, ink, and the dust of shattered perfections. We were a mess of a story, full of plot holes and tragedies and unfinished sentences. "Let's go finish it," I said. As we began the final climb toward the pine hut, the ink birds from the lower rings returned, their black wings catching the light of the new stars. They didn't follow us this time. They flew ahead, their cries no longer a mournful wail, but a herald's call. The whisper in the wall was gone. The wall itself was gone. There was only the climb, the candle in the window, and the man who had started it all, waiting for us to tell him how it ended. The staircase to the final level was not made of quartz or light, but of simple, honest wood. It spiraled around the narrowing trunk of the great tree, the bark here thick and gnarled like the skin of an ancient elephant. As we climbed, the air grew thin and cold, smelling of pine needles and the sharp, electric scent of high altitudes. The golden opulence of the zenith lay below us, now a fractured landscape of transitioning colors where the black ink of the outside met the stagnant perfection of the ideal. It looked like a bruised sunset, beautiful and wounded. "He's alone up here," Alara whispered, her hand trailing along the rough bark. Her vines were no longer glowing. They had settled into a deep, healthy forest green, their thorns retracted. All that machinery, all those rings of suffering and light, just to protect this one little room. "It's not a room," Davin said, his eyes fixed on the flickering candle above. "It's a seed. The whole tree grows from what's in that hut. If the seed is rotten, the fruit is poison." Miller walked beside me, his translucent form flickering less now. He looked tired. The weight of the outside ink had given him a kind of density that seemed to strain his ghostly tether. I spent my whole life, and a good chunk of my death, hating the man who built the walls. I expected a fortress. I expected gears the size of cities, not a shack. "The most dangerous lies are the ones told in small voices," I said, my fingers tightening around the silver pen. The black ink had dried on the casing, forming a matte crust that felt like volcanic rock. We reached the final landing. The platform was a wide, circular disc of polished cedar. In the center sat the hut. It was humble, almost painfully so, with a thatched roof and a single door made of mismatched planks. There were no guards, no sentinels, no automated defenses. The only sound was the wind whistling through the topmost needles of the tree and the soft, rhythmic thump-thump of a rocking chair from within. I stepped forward, my boots echoing on the cedar. The survivors stayed back at the edge of the landing, huddled together. They had seen enough gods and monsters for one lifetime. They were waiting for the man with the pen to finish the script. I pushed the door open. The interior was warm, lit by a fireplace that crackled with blue flames. The walls were lined with shelves, but they didn't hold books. They held jars of memories, shimmering, swirling mists of every color we had seen in the rings below. On a small table sat a half-eaten loaf of bread and a cup of tea that was still steaming. In the rocking chair sat a man who looked younger than me, yet older than the stars. He wore a simple gray tunic, his hair a shock of white that stood up in messy tufts. He wasn't looking at us. He was staring into the blue flames, a small wooden carving of a bird in his lap. "The ink was a nice touch," he said. His voice wasn't the booming command of a god or the melodic chime of Eris. It was the dry, rasping sound of a man who hadn't spoken to anyone but himself for a very long time. I didn't think you'd have the stomach to use the raw chaos. Most people cling to the lines I draw for them. They find comfort in the margins. The margins were killing us, I said, stepping into the center of the room. The architect, I presume. He looked up then. His eyes were perfectly clear, no color, just a transparent gray that reflected the room back at me. I've had many names: the designer, the prime mover, the record keeper's father, but you can call me Silas. Names are just handles for things we don't understand anyway. Miller stepped into the light of the fireplace, his face contorted in a snarl. You let them rot, Silas. You let them work themselves into dust in the factory. You let them drown in their own grief in the refraction. All for what? For this. He gestured wildly at the tiny, quiet hut. Silas stopped rocking. He picked up a small knife and shaved a thin sliver of wood from the bird in his lap. Entropy is the only true enemy, Miller. I saw the outside once, truly saw it. It is a storm of unmeaning. It is a hunger that devours form and thought. I built the tree to be a vessel, a lifeboat in a sea of nothingness. A lifeboat has a destination, Elara challenged, her voice ringing in the small space. This is a circle. You trapped us in a loop of labor, sorrow, and false joy. Stability requires cycles, Silas said simply. The factory provided the energy. The refraction processed the emotional waste. The zenith provided the goal, the ideal, to keep the spirit from collapsing under the weight of the work. It was a perfect ecosystem. It was a cage, I said, holding up the silver pen, and I've broken the lock. Silas sighed, a sound of profound exhaustion. He set the carving aside and stood up. He was shorter than I expected, his shoulders slightly hunched as if he carried the weight of the canopy on his back. He walked over to a large window at the back of the hut, a window that didn't look out onto the tree, but out into the indigo void. You think you've liberated them, Silas said, beckoning me over. Come, look at what you've invited in. I walked to the window. Outside, the indigo sky was no longer calm. The black ink I had unleashed in the zenith was spreading upward, but it wasn't just shadows. It was a tear in the fabric of the world. Through the cracks, I could see things that defied geometry, fractal mists that hummed with a sound like grinding teeth, flashes of colors that didn't exist in the human spectrum, and a sense of vast, cold indifference that made the factory world feel like a warm blanket. The tree was a seal, Silas whispered. The whisper you heard in the wall, that wasn't a prisoner. That was the sound of the universe trying to get back in. It wants its matter back. It wants to dissolve the story you're trying to write. The hut shuddered. A crack appeared in the cedar floor, and a tendril of that impossible, hungry mist curled through. You wanted the pen, David, Silas said, turning to face me. He didn't look angry, he looked expectant. The record keeper died because he couldn't handle the truth of the outside. He thought he could just record the history of the tree and that would be enough. But a story that never ends eventually becomes a scream. He reached out and touched the silver pen in my hand. The ink of the outside is the only thing that can write a new world, but it's also the thing that will destroy this one. You have a choice. You can use the pen to patch the holes I've made, to reinforce the walls, to restart the cycles, to give your people another 1,000 years of safe, curated misery. Or, I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. Or you can finish the script, Silas said. You can write the end of the tree. You can let the outside in and hope that whatever you write next is strong enough to survive the storm. You can be a creator, or you can be a janitor. I looked back at my friends. Miller was staring at the crack in the floor, his eyes wide with a fear he hadn't shown since the factory. Elara was clutching her arms, her leaves wilting in the presence of the void mist. Davin was the only one who didn't look afraid. He was looking at me with a strange, solemn confidence. The whisper told me something, Davin said, his voice cutting through the hum of the void. It didn't just say help, it said begin. I looked at the silver pen. It was vibrating so hard now it was painful to hold. The black ink was pulsing, a dark heart beating against the silver. "If I write the end," I asked Silas, "what happens to you?" Silas smiled, a genuine, tired smile. "I finally get to stop rocking. I've been holding the pen in my mind for eons, David. I'm ready to see what someone else has to say." I turned away from the window and looked at the blank air in the center of the hut. The outside was rushing in now, the walls of the shack beginning to peel away like burnt paper. The indigo sky was turning into a maelstrom of unlight. The survivors on the landing were screaming as the world beneath them began to dissolve into the raw potential of chaos. I didn't try to write a wall. I didn't try to write a city or a sea. I thought of the factory workers' calloused hands. I thought of the tears in the refraction. I thought of the hollow smiles in the zenith. I thought of the way the light felt on the prow of the ship when we first saw the golden canopy, not the false perfection, but the hope of it. I touched the pen to the air. "The tree is not a prison," I wrote, the letters appearing in a shimmering, violet-black script that burned with its own internal sun. "It is a seed that has finally burst." The hut exploded, not with fire but with meaning. The wood, the jars of memories, the blue fireplace, it all dissolved into a flood of narrative energy. I felt the silver pen melting in my hand, the metal fusing with my skin, the ink flowing into my veins. I wasn't just writing the story, I was the ink. "Hold on," I shouted, but my voice was the sound of 1,000 rushing rivers. I saw Silas vanish, his form turning into a flurry of white pages that scattered into the void. I saw Miller reach out for Alara, their hands meeting and holding fast as they were swept up into the slipstream of the new script. I saw Davin laughing, his small frame glowing with the light of a dozen different suns. The great tree began to collapse. The rings shattered, but they didn't fall. They transformed. The iron of the factory became the bones of a new earth. The silver water of the refraction became the atmosphere of a new sky. The gold of the zenith became the fire at the heart of new stars. I felt the outside pressing in, the cold, hungry void trying to swallow the new words as fast as I could write them. It was a struggle of pure will, a fight to define existence against the tide of non-existence. I wrote of friction. I wrote of gravity that wasn't a chain but a hug. I wrote of time that moved forward, never repeating, always losing but always gaining. I wrote of death as a gardener and life as a wild, unruly vine. The darkness of the void met the light of my ink, and for a moment there was nothing but a blinding, deafening gray. I felt myself falling. The pen was gone, the hut was gone, the tree was a memory of a shadow. I was falling through a cold, wet mist. My lungs burned. My limbs felt heavy, heavier than they ever had. I reached out, my fingers brushing against something solid, something rough. I gasped, a lungful of air that tasted of salt, pine, and wood smoke. I opened my eyes. I was lying on a beach. The sand was a deep, earthy brown, littered with bits of sea glass and smooth gray stones. The water lapping at my boots wasn't violet or silver. It was a clear, churning blue, white-capped and wild. Above me, the sky was a bruised purple, the sun just beginning to dip below the horizon, a real sun, a burning ball of gas that felt warm on my skin. I sat up, my muscles aching with a delicious human pain. Nearby, I saw figures emerging from the mist. Caleb was helping a woman stand up. Alara was kneeling by a tide pool, her fingers tracing the movement of a tiny, translucent crab. Miller, no longer a ghost, but a man with gray hair and a permanent scowl, was staring at his own hands, turning them over as if he couldn't believe they were solid. Davin stood at the edge of the water looking out at the horizon. There were no walls, no rings, just a vast, open world that stretched out into an uncertain future. I reached into my pocket, my fingers closed around something small and hard. I pulled it out. It wasn't the silver pen. It was a small, smooth piece of charcoal, black and unassuming. The story of the great tree was over. The architect was gone. The prison was a memory, but as I looked at the charcoal in my hand and the blank slate of the new world before us, I realized that Silas had been right about one thing. The outside was still there, just beyond the horizon, waiting for the story to falter. I looked at the survivors, the new people of a new world. They were looking at me, waiting for a command, a direction, a sign. I stood up, shaking the sand from my coat. I didn't have a script. I didn't have a plan. I walked over to a flat, sun-warmed rock near the water's edge. I knelt down and pressed the charcoal to the stone. I didn't write a law. I didn't write a prophecy. I wrote a single word, the first word of a world that would finally be allowed to grow old. Tomorrow. Behind us, the mist began to clear, revealing a forest of young, green trees that were not made of metal or glass. They were just trees, and in the distance, I heard a sound, not a whisper, not a hum, but the clear, sharp cry of a bird that didn't know it was supposed to be perfect. I handed the charcoal to Davin. "Your turn," I said. The boy took the coal, his eyes bright with the terrifying, beautiful freedom of a blank page. He looked at the rock, then at the sky, and then he began to draw. Davin didn't draw a crown or a machine. He drew a door, lopsided and simple, with a handle that looked like a smooth river stone. He drew it with the intensity of a child who had spent his entire life watching the world through a keyhole. And when he finished, he stepped back, wiping a smudge of black soot across his forehead. The charcoal mark stayed there, a stubborn reminder that he was no longer a projection of a memory or a ghost of the zenith. He was a boy with dirty skin and a future. "It's not locked," Davin said, his voice catching on the salt air. "I didn't draw a key. I don't think we need keys anymore." I looked around at the others. The transition hadn't been kind, but it had been honest. Aris, once the marble-skinned herald of the ideal, was sitting on a driftwood log, staring at a scrape on his knee. A single bead of red blood welled up there, bright and shocking against his pale skin. He touched it with a trembling finger, then brought it to his lips, tasting the salt and the iron. He didn't look horrified, he looked fascinated. The perfect citizen was discovering the exquisite reality of being breakable. Miller approached me, his gait heavy. He was solid now, thick-chested and weathered, wearing the grease-stained coveralls of the factory, but they were made of wool and canvas, not the recycled synthetic fibers of the lower rings. He looked at the charcoal in Davin's hand, then at the vast, roaring ocean that stretched toward an infinite horizon. "It's too big," Miller grunted, though there was no malice in it. "The factory had walls. You knew where the floor ended. This goes on forever. How are we supposed to build anything if the ground doesn't have a border?" "We don't build to fill a space anymore, Miller," Alara said, walking up from the tide pools. Her green vines had withered away, replaced by a simple cloak of woven grass that seemed to have materialized from the New World's intent. Her hair was tangled with sea salt, and her eyes, once glowing with the artificial light of the refraction, were now a deep, mossy brown. "We build because we're cold. We build because we're hungry. We build because we want to see what's on the other side of that hill." She pointed toward the interior of the island, or continent, for we did not yet know the scale of my final sentence. The land rose in gentle, rolling slopes of emerald grass, punctuated by thickets of oak and ash. There were no golden canopies here, no humming vibrations of a central engine. There was only the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the distant, haunting call of a wolf, a sound of hunger and life that made my hair stand on end. "Where is Silas?" Aris asked, finally standing up. He limped slightly, his body still adjusting to the weight of gravity that didn't care about his status. "He's in the foundations," I said, looking at the charcoal. "He was the architect of the prison. Now he's just part of the soil. He gave up the pen so the story could breathe. He's at peace, Aris. For the first time in an eternity, he isn't responsible for the sky." The sun began to sink further, painting the clouds in shades of bruised orange and deep, royal plum. It wasn't the static violet of the zenith, It was a shifting, dying light that promised a coming darkness. As the temperature dropped, the survivors began to huddle together. There were hundreds of them scattered along the coastline, emerging from the fading mist of the great tree's collapse. They were the perfects, the refracted, and the gear turned, all leveled by the same damp sand and the same biting wind. "We need fire," someone called out from the shadows of the dunes. "And shelter," another added. The whispers were returning, but they weren't coming from the walls anymore. They were coming from the people. They were the whispers of 1,000 different needs, 1,000 different fears. For a moment, a cold spike of dread hammered at my chest. I had destroyed the order. I had shattered the great tree and replaced it with a wild, indifferent wilderness. What if they couldn't survive the outside? What if I had traded a comfortable cage for a beautiful grave? I looked at the charcoal in Davin's hand. I realized then that the silver pen had been a tool of imposition, a way to force reality into a specific shape. But this charcoal, this crumb of burnt wood, was a tool of invitation. "We aren't going to write the laws for them," I whispered to Davin. The boy looked at me, his eyes reflecting the first few stars appearing in the indigo sky. "Then what do we do?" "We teach them how to hold the coal," I said. I spent the first night of the new world moving among the fires. They had managed to start them using the old-fashioned way, striking flint found on the beach against the steel buckles of their old uniforms. It was slow, frustrating work, but when the first spark caught a nest of dried seaweed, the cheer that went up was louder than any hymn ever sung in the zenith. It was a victory won, not a gift granted. I found Miller sitting by a large blaze, teaching a group of former ideal citizens how to sharpen sticks to catch fish in the shallows. His rough, gravelly voice was patient, his large hands guiding their soft, unpracticed fingers. "Don't just stab at the shimmer," Miller was saying. "The water lies to you. It bends the light. You have to aim where the fish is asterisk, not where you see it. You have to anticipate the truth." Further down the beach, Alara was gathered with the children. She wasn't telling them stories of the great tree or the architect. She was telling them about the plants she had found in the dunes, which ones would soothe a burn, which ones would fill a belly, and which ones were beautiful but deadly. She was teaching them the grammar of the earth. I climbed a high dune and looked back at the sea. The mist was entirely gone now. There was no sign of the great tree, no wreckage of the factory floating in the waves. The transition had been absolute. The outside had swallowed the old world and in its place had allowed this new one to crystallize around the words I had written. But the void Silas had shown me was still there. I could feel it if I closed my eyes, the vast, humming emptiness that lay beyond the stars. It was the silence between the words, the white space on the page. It wasn't evil, I realized. It was just the potential for everything that hadn't been said yet. It was the hunger that drove the story forward. "You're still awake," a voice said. I turned to see Davin climbing the dune, his small frame silhouetted against the firelight below. He sat down next to me, his knees pulled up to his chin. "I can't sleep," he said. "The silence is too loud. In the factory there was always the thumping of the pistons. In the zenith there was the music. Here, it's just the wind." "The wind is the sound of the world thinking," I told him. He was quiet for a long time, watching the distant fires of the survivors. "Do you think we'll ever go back? Not to the tree, but to the way we were?" "No," I said, and the word felt like a seal. "We've evolved past the loop, Davin. We're in a linear story now. Things will break and they might stay broken. People will grow old. We'll lose things, but the things we keep, they'll actually mean something." Davin reached into his pocket and pulled out the piece of charcoal. It was smaller now, worn down by his grip. He held it out to me. "You should keep it," he said. "You're the record keeper." "I was the record keeper for a world that was already written," I said, gently pushing his hand back. "In this world, we don't need someone to keep the records. We need everyone to write them. Keep it, Davin. Use it when you find something worth remembering." He nodded solemnly and tucked the coal away. "I drew a bird on a rock over there," he whispered. "A real one, not the ink birds. This one had feathers and a yellow beak, I think. I think I saw one in the trees earlier. It didn't cry, it sang." "That's a good start,"